Welcome back to King of the Hill 2. It's now time for the moment you've all been waiting for. Twitch has been waiting for it. They're going, when's Parker Talbot / Tonka's playing Phil Hellmuth? And the answer is now. And I am joined with our two very prestigious contestants right now. We have the man, the myth, the streamer, Tonka's, and of course, our defending King of the Hill champ, Phil Hellmuth. How are you feeling heading into the match, knowing they pitted you against this young upstart internet punk?
Well, I mean, I think you can never underestimate anybody. Obviously, he has a lot of skills, and I think it's going to be a really good match. And so I just have to be ready and play my best. And that's, you know, I was just literally ran back to the hotel for a nap. So
there he is. There you have it. He's well rested. That's the secret. Now, Tonka's, you are, infamous for playing online. You're used to streaming in the comfort of your own home. Was it hard to find pants for today's match?
It was, but my brother lives just below me, a few floors below me. So I called him up. I asked him, can I borrow a few pairs of pants, going to Pittsburgh, playing a 50K against Phil Hellmuth, and he said, yeah.
All right, just try to figure out how the streamer housing.
You chose those pants?
Yeah, these are the ones. These are the ones.
All right.
They're nice and teal.
You're all logoed up. I like it.
I got all my patches on.
Yeah, everybody's out here shilling for various companies. It's terrific. Now, I have to ask, do you worry about a young kid like this trying to bluff it off to you? Because all I hear you saying is these young kids always try to bluff it off to me. Is that what's going to happen tonight?
Well, I have no idea. You have to come with a completely open mind to these things. And if you expect someone to do something, then you can make a mistake. So what I do is I pay very close attention to the way he's playing, the way he's moving, the way his eyes are looking, the number of pots he raises, all that kind of stuff. And you can do a lot of deductive reasoning and use the math, but also I'm hoping that, if he does make a big bluff, that I'll see something.
That white magic.
I was going to say, it's the white magic, right?
That's what I'm hoping for.
Okay, excellent, excellent. And what about you? You have been saying online that you have been practicing, studying your white magic, that you have even been practicing your temper tantrums. Is there a chance that you could outfill Phil today?
I don't think I said I've been practicing my temper tantrums.
I heard whining.
I have been actually. Yeah. You're not wrong. I have been practicing my whining.
Can we see what that would look like right now?
No, not yet. It has to be natural. It has to be natural.
Okay, no spoiler alerts.
No, it has to be natural.
I mean, it's natural and normal, or it's not. So
what's that?
It's natural and it's normal, or it's not.
Yeah.
All right, that'll be something to pay attention to. Is his whining contrived or not? You tell us at home. All right, let's be done with this. It is time for the match. We got the defending champ versus the young upstart. King of the Hill 2 starts now.
Good luck, buddy.
All right, good luck. Have a good match.
Good to meet you.
All right. Start streamer is starting now. You guys are welcome to come over here, sweat it on the rail, cheer on your favorite players. Let's go.
It is a little cold. I need my jacket.
It's chilly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be keeping mine on. Makes me look skinnier as well. Well,
all right, guys, we are back here in the booth, and I'm joined by the winner of our first match, Olivier Busquet. Congratulations.
Thank you, Doug. What's up, Twitch?
I had to move over your sample here to make a little room at the desk.
My arms are very small.
Yeah, sorry about that.
3-bet, first hand.
Is Phil going to come out of the gate swinging here?
You can put me on kind of a narrower range, right? Be careful of aces, kings, queens, that kind of stuff, right?
King 10 deuce. Good flop for Hellmuth, top pair, top kicker. I like that he's not his name in the chat. He's just Tonka, and then there's a really awkward picture of him.
Phil plays really fast, doesn't he?
He mixes it up, man. He's got gears.
Yep.
Trying to get some reads?
I mean, trying my best.
Got a little bit of light float here from Tonka on the flop. Ooh. We could be right in the thick of it
35?
here. Although I don't think we are anymore.
I'll use the reveal first hand. Go on.
Might as well.
Nice hand.
That's actually a good play. I think that people hold on to the reveals for too long in general.
Oh, yeah?
Well, you get two in each match, right?
Yep.
So it's probably better to use one and get some info for sure.
First hand
than
reveal.
try and
Almost
wait for,
forgot
like,
we had
the
'em.
perfect spot.
I should have checked. I thought maybe you were floating with nothing to flop. And
Yeah,
you
I
can
think
bluff
also,
off
though, like,
5K.
Sometimes people just use it
And hey,
as soon as they're just like want to,
just
like
might.
they have any sort of interest in knowing the hand.
Right, yeah.
Well, it
That's
would have been
definitely
better,
the play,
I think, to check there. I don't know.
I agree with Phil. I think that was a check for his hand.
Yeah, I think so as well. So I talked a little bit with Deeb after the match, and you know, I think he, you know, he was talking about some of the adjustments that were kind of going on from his end, and like what he thought, you know, you were trying to do based on what he was doing. Were you making many adjustments over the course of that? Because to me, it really just seemed like you were playing like a pretty sound standard strategy.
Yeah, I wasn't really making too many adjustments. I didn't really get into too many spots where he was putting a lot of pressure on me.
check?
So I didn't have like a lot of very difficult
10 high.
river decisions.
10 high.
And I didn't think he was making massive
I think it's a split.
adjustments towards me. I mean, it seemed like he was doing a bit more in the second match, but
Right.
I couldn't tell if that was a function of the hands, and also like he wasn't 3-betting that much. I happened to never have a hand that could continue.
Right.
But if it was an adjustment, it seemed like it was an adjustment from not 3-betting enough, not to like some
Had
wild.
to see if you're just, you know, making the moves in
high
the first hand.
percentage.
Right.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
It's
I mean,
possible,
you
you know,
see
put
things that
the,
he
put
was
the
doing
young
that-
kid in
Well,
his place in the first
If you
hand.
watched me, if you
That
watched
should
my
have been,
last,
like,
if you watched
adjusted
my
to.
matches, I raised about literally 3%
just listen
of
to
the
that for a
buttons,
second
right?
here.
Or maybe 5%.
Is that what it was? I watched,
Really,
I
really
watched a
minimal.
bunch. But I
really-
mean, I wasn't like tracking
Definitely
like,
less than definitely
what
less
you
than
were
10%.
raising. 600.
Check. $2,000.
Hellmuth playing fast and loose already. Quick check raise, takes it down. I think Deeb felt that, you know, you were opening a little wide, and he wanted to kind of go after you for that.
Did you think I was?
No, I don't think so. It looked fairly standard to me. But it's just kind of interesting in heads up because, you know, the perspective of two people could be so different. And maybe Deeb felt like you were trying to go after him more because you thought he'd be weak in the big blind, when in reality, you know, you were just kind of opening a more standardish range.
I think that's probably right.
and I think that also contributed to, you know, the hand there with the sevens and the deuces. I feel like he thought you were opening too wide, and so you basically had pretty much all hands with the open. So jamming deuces there would be a much stronger play.
Yeah, I mean, but there were a number of instances where I just folded pretty. I mean, I had a number of like deuce threes, deuce fours. I don't know.
Yeah, not exactly sure.
Yeah, I didn't see the hands he was choosing to 3-bet with. Was he 3-betting with some weak hands?
There was a few weaker ones in there
I have
for
a big
sure.
hand. I have the
but-
Queen X suited.
Now we're already getting some
It's a bad one for
classic
me to show
Phil.
for you.
We got
Yeah,
some
It
limping.
was a club.
And a big club.
Still,
That was a limp fold with queen 3 of clubs.
That
Still,
would
I
be
don't mind
limp fold
calling
with
there.
queen three of
It's-
clubs.
I have to give my reading abilities. You're gonna probably gonna be out of position and be forced to c-bet every time.
We'll definitely bet sometimes. Maybe
Yeah.
every time.
Do you think when Phil makes comments like that, he's always saying them sincerely, or he's trying to get some sort of reaction at times?
6.
I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
I think it is sincere, but he's also trying to see like how you respond.
Check.
Check.
Check, check here on the flop. Both players brick.
Check.
I'm a little surprised to see Phil defend the jack 3 here, but it is a min-raise. Check, check once again. Phil improves to a pair of threes on the river.
7.
I'm getting run over here.
Quick lay down. Now this match, I think is going to play a lot smaller than your guys' match.
Well, they
did.
give us a
And
lot of
let's-
chips. 160 big blinds to start. That's deep.
15-minute blinds, though, it goes like reasonably swiftly, I think.
Yeah.
And it is 3
Design
matches, right?
instructions
So.
anyway.
Well, 2.
This time around wasn't me.
Oh, was it?
Potentially.
It was someone else this
Oh,
time.
I
yeah.
thought it was you.
No. If it was me though, I'd be down for some needling. But
No, I thought it was a good structure. I was just kidding.
well, I didn't make it.
Well, all right.
The first time around, I think. This is a modified version of my structure, is what I'm
Okay.
being told.
All right, I got it.
It was kind of tough the first time around, just because
Where are you
the
from?
first match
Toronto.
It was just one.
was just 5 hands.
I thought I recognized
right,
the
right,
like,
right.
you
Just the
said
first time around,
the
first
way I
round was
speak,
one
yeah.
match.
that.
Yeah.
You didn't really say out, like like.
Oot?
Yeah. Check us out.
I don't know, man.
That's to tell,
That's a tell.
whether you're Canadian or not. Do you know what a bubbler is?
A bubbler?
Bubbler.
No. What's a bubbler?
Water fountain, but it's like a very obscure, like, it's kind of, most people in Wisconsin know what bubbler means, but
Okay.
I love that Phil kicks off the match with a little nationalism. You know? Be like, oh, you didn't say a boot, so are you sure you're Canadian? Got a bet and a call here.
check.
5 on the turn. I imagine this is going to slow the action down a bit. And it
Some people
does.
call it a water fountain. Bubbler.
I was hoping it was like a
2,500.
9 or a 10.
Just kind of see what he does.
This pretty easy to value, but
Well, yeah, this is a pretty easy one.
It's weird. Whenever I play, I'm always holding my cards.
This is a kind of tough hand to fold.
did you see Phil go for his hand when he thought Parker was going to fold?
Sorry, no, I was watching Parker. What happened?
As Parker grabbed his cards, Phil thought he was going to fold, and Phil instantly, like, he didn't wait. That's a bit surprising. Phil was, like, anxious to fold his hand. Not that I know what that means, but I
Right.
was expecting Phil to be. That's a tough hand to fold. I
Yeah,
don't think I could fold that hand.
I don't think I would let that one go. But you know what? This is why I lost to the man. I'm sitting here saying
it
I
wasn't
would.
because you rivered a straight to his flush. and
Right.
2 pair to his.
You hang out with Jeff
straight or
Gross at
whatever.
all?
Phil
Not-
just thinks
not,
all
like, super
all
friends. Like, we're
streamers are,
friends, but like
Yeah.
we're not like
hanging
close
out.
or anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like we got dinner in Vegas and stuff. Like I talk to Jeff every now and then, but we're not like super close.
Okay.
So you live with Jason Somerville,
Yeah, I love
right?
JG. We don't get to see each other very often, though.
Yeah, Jeff's a nice guy for sure.
I feel more like you, like we just don't get to see him very, He's a great guy.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll tell you that.
It's interesting because, when I played Phil, he really seemed to value bet a lot. But he didn't end up in a lot of situations where he kind of like
Had an opportunity to bluff.
had an opportunity to bluff.
Yeah.
So
Hang
I
on.
actually am kind of interested in that spot, where he rivered a jack. Like, what happens on a 10 or a 9? Is he going to go for it, or is he really just going to kind of reel it in?
It was also interesting because, like, in his match versus Jungle, a number of his big bluffs were super like unorthodox. They're
Right.
not the standard bluffs. It almost
Made
seems like
bigger
he
fold
kind
last
of
hand.
decides certain hands when to bluff, but he doesn't bluff as
believe you.
often in the more standard spots.
Yeah. It's like he decides, I'm going to bluff or I'm not
Queens.
going to bluff.
He just manages to have a hand to value bet a lot.
Yeah, I think this was a little light from Tonka.
Had the hand play? Was it checked all the way down?
It checked all the way down, and Phil bet the river.
What do you think about that strategy of checking in position on a flop of ace, ace 10? Like, it seems like you could bet your entire range on that flop.
Yeah, I think on the paired boards, high bet frequency
Of course, in Canada, you
strategies
can play all of those.
tend to be
You
a
can
bit
legally
better.
play all of these big events online, right?
Yep. The true land of the free, as I call it.
A lot of us are not happy that
Bang, bang.
we can't play online poker in the U.S.
I would assume most of you are not happy.
Almost everybody watching this stream.
Yes.
Phil apparently does not think that we have many international viewers, but I believe over half of them are.
Wow, is that right?
I would imagine.
Check.
Imagine. You know the breakdown, Doug.
Well, I know my breakdown.
that's true. Okay,
so
right.
I don't know
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
And it is poker night in America, so maybe a little more of a U.S. audience, but
Fair enough.
I actually think it's pretty international.
But what is your breakdown?
I think I'm around low 40s America.
Okay.
And then
I would have expected higher.
I think number 2 is UK, number 3
Check.
is Canada, number 4 is Germany.
A lot of ladies checking out the Doug Polk stream.
I think we're up to 3%. Actually.
Yeah, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. We've been increasing.
That's good.
Yeah. Check on the turn here. 2 pair for Hellmuth.
17.
I'm probably not going to win a hand in the whole first match, huh? The good news is
I've been there, man.
100% get to play a second match. Maybe not a third, but we definitely get to play a second.
Yeah.
It can
Feels
be
like it's pretty early.
when you're playing heads up and you just never
We're
have
still
a
in the
hand
15,
that
first 15
can
minutes.
even barrel, much less call a river or something.
Yeah, we're still at first level, that's true. Feels like I've lost a shocking amount of pots in the first level.
It's also, you know, you put up a lot of money, you fly out here, you're excited, you want things to go well, and then, like, you know, things don't. I'm just talking about my experience. And then, like, you just can't really do anything. You just have to hope that they turn around, and it's really, you're kind of at the mercy of, like, you know, how many hands are you really going to play? You play 4 or 5 hours, you play, like, what, a couple hundred hands, 200 hands?
Yeah, at most, yeah.
At most. So, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, no matter who the better player is, everyone is alive and well. And I think that's actually also good for the format. I think it gives a
No, I
wider...
mean, if the outcome was pretty much determined beforehand, it wouldn't be as interesting.
Yeah, like if you were going to get to play Magnus Carlsen in chess, and you could put 50K to play in a tournament on TV, you're going to have a rough time with that. You're not going to have too many times you're going to win, I think. So, yeah, I think it is good. And Tonka decides to bet here with the 3 of a kind. Seems like a pretty safe play. Now, do you think Phil ever makes moves in spots like this? Like when do you think he thinks of it like, I have a spade, there's a flush out there, I could like
I got one.
rep. Do you think he bluffs in spots like that, or do you think he's just, you know, when he bluffs, it's more decided on earlier streets and then he executes?
My math told me
I
you
think
have to have it. You have to have it, but I just wanted to make
You gotta
sure.
listen to the white magic, Phil. That's significantly
wanted to
more
make sure.
important than the math.
My sense is
Just
that
we know
wanted to
that.
make
not.
sure.
Just use one of your things. You got 2.
Yeah, I didn't use a single reveal, I'm realizing. My guess is that probably not. I just try not to, like, put the never or always word.
What about never lucky having pocket jacks here? So would you say you never use the word never?
I try to not use that word when like describing someone's like frequency or range. You know what I'm saying?
So you always never use the word never. That's really where I'm going with this. It's a very different experience.
Did Hellmuth defend with 10-3 off
He did.
to the mid race?
He did. He just straight defended
water?
10-3.
Thanks.
That's probably not bad.
No.
400
no,
now.
That's fine.
2-4.
But it also requires, you know, some accurate calibration post flop.
2 in a row. I'm
You're the-
feeling good.
The question is, what is this worth? Like, Could I save 1,200 for this, or?
That's what I'm saying, man. I don't know what it's worth.
I don't know. I think
was
maybe
actually-
4 or 5K. You know? Like,
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
That's what it was for me, 3,500, I think, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but you snap folded the turn.
Turn was very bad for my hand. There were some good turns, and there were some bad turns.
And there are some good
turn
flops,
was not
Olivier.
good.
And there are some bad flops.
Yeah.
Sometimes the same flop for two people.
Check.
Quick flush check.
We should have done it together. You win. I'd love to throw you the button as well, but unfortunately, I'm a much smaller man. My arms are smaller.
You didn't want to have anything this time, on the 9-8-4.
The 9-8-4, I didn't want to have anything there.
You didn't want to have 9s and 8s. You didn't want to have a jack-high flush. Then I think if you had a jack-high flush, it was on to the next match. You really didn't want to find a club when you were club checking, right? You know?
What if I found the ace of clubs?
Oh, that would have been plenty live. Check.
Joe for 1-3 Norman, Joe. Last call for Joe. George, 1-3 Norman, George. Table 12. That row, second one.
You and Jungle played a marathon match.
Larry.
Most of my matches are long. When we played the NBC Heads Up Championships, I'd almost always be the last table.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking to make it quick.
Two high hand, 10 high straight flush.
Olivier, I like that behind Parker here. We have a fan with a signed copy of their Poker Brat Phil Hellmuth book.
I'm pretty sure Phil's paying that guy to just stand right.
Is it a guy or a girl?
Right.
Actually, I couldn't even.
Yeah, I can't tell. Maybe it's a
Yeah,
woman.
it could be either way.
Yeah, paying that person to just like be in the perfect spot with
Right.
his book, like
Right.
for the camera.
And Tonka does have the best hand here with his ace high.
Ace.
What?
Ace.
King's no good, Phil. Because I think that's a purse, and that would just be a really surprising thing for a guy to
King
have.
10
You
high
know
is
what?
supposed to be the nuts, man. The
Now
nuts.
we can see it. So
We don't want to make assumptions here.
Ace high
About
beats
now.
King 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know
Man.
much, but that much I do know.
When I limp in with King 10, I'm supposed to be in full trap mode.
You were.
Yeah.
I was running the extra traps.
Player in 3.
$800 raise on the button here for Tonka. Phil will make the call with the King Jack.
Check.
Dark check from the Poker Brat. Queen 7 Trey. Tonka now under the lead with his bottom pair. Kind of an interesting spot with these bottom pairs.
how do you feel about Phil selecting this hand to check raise with, in theory?
Sorry.
Like if Phil wanted to check raise, what do you think about this
Check.
as a candidate?
I think it's okay. I think it's all right. I generally prefer a few more of the equity hands, but I don't mind this. The Jack I
Check.
feel kind of whatever about, but obviously having the King is a pretty good
Check.
card, and you get some decent playability.
Who is it first, me or you?
It's you.
You bet less, right?
That's not how the rules work.
Well, he's new to the game, Olivier. He does knowing who to shoot.
See, like this is particularly interesting, right? I mean, on Queen 7-3, when it comes 4-10, you don't really have worse hands than King High.
Just sit up more
Right.
and not
And
punch
he
over.
just chooses to try to check and show down.
My mother would not be pleased.
That's
She is
the
watching.
kind of spot that.
She called me yesterday and was like, wow. She's like, you know, we used to watch Phil Hellmuth freak out and scream at people and say, look at this idiot from Northern Europe on TV 10 years ago.
Aren't you from Southern Canada?
Southern Canada.
1,000.
Raise number 2 or raise number 1?
That's my first raise, right?
Pretty brick flop for both players. Now, King Queen pre-flop. It's an open call, correct?
Yeah.
You know, I think I like this play a lot. While King Queen's a hand, I 3-bet, you know, much more often than call versus a standard player. I think as you play players that add in limps, you know, all of a sudden the hands like this, their value as 3-bets just drops pretty significantly.
Sure.
Check here on the turn. Kind of interesting check.
From Phil, you mean?
Yeah, from Phil.
And so this should be pretty close to the bottom of Tonka's range, right? We'll see if he takes
Yeah.
a similar spot to what Phil had before. Bluff with it.
It's a little interesting though because you know he does have Queen
Queen
9,
Jack.
Queen Jack,
Yeah.
Maybe some suited
King-eye.
kings. So
Yeah, you think this is a reasonable check?
yeah, I think it also comes down a bit to the way that you're structuring your flop check raise range.
Okay.
You know, the more aggressively you're going to play your Queen 9s.
Man,
your
I thought
Queen
you might have had
Jacks.
King Jack. I think I missed a bet there.
So because when you're
In
check
my mind, I
raising
had
a
you on
decent
King
percent
Jack.
of those hands, you have a smaller
Close.
proportion of them in the range that
It's
gets
just-
to the river
it's
this
too
way.
easy
Right.
for you to have
So
a pair
now
there.
King
and
high
you're
is
calling with all
closer to
pairs.
a
Becomes
bluff.
weaker as a. Okay.
It's not a great river to bluff.
No.
Fighting back.
Yeah, it's a bit harder to kind of gauge Phil's like.
I feel like I
I
gave
don't
you
wanna
that
say
thot.
strategy, but because Phil's limping, it looks
changes things.
Yeah, some hands are a bit stronger than they would be. You know, some hands might be more natural checkbacks or more natural bets
Oh,
Right.
Doug and I were talking
because they're in a different
before,
part of his range than
and we
you
were
would normally
curious
expect.
Check.
as to
Check sounded like
whether you knew I existed before we were announced to play against each other.
This has to be posturing. I just can't imagine he's going to do anything with it. Is he going to respond or?
You know, I don't watch a lot of the streamers, so it's not like I don't know most of the streamers. So
Robert T, 1 day limit, Robert T.
I may have watched your stream once. So I went to Twitch and I watched.
Because you streamed a few times.
Yeah.
Some open face, right?
Yeah.
Phil streamed?
Phil streamed
like
over
it.
Never
Chris
poker
Chinese?
though,
Wow.
right?
Never poker. No.
America.
Yeah. America.
I enjoyed that response from Phil.
I don't watch a lot of the streamers.
It was a subtle way of saying no, you know, but it wasn't
Wasn't
like
as that explicit.
right.
Ah, check.
Couple crappy hands taking a flop. Tonka does turn a straight. We have 500. And you can just see how much smaller this is going to play.
Yeah, because it feels a little bigger.
Like, if you guys have somewhere to be, I've got some bad news because this match could go on for a while. In fact, I think Phil prides himself on that.
So Phil limped in here with 9-4 off.
It's a little surprising.
No, to me, it's like I actually think there's like some like you can make an argument for his overall approach. Like he's taking like let's say you wanted to play all your hands, so you can't raise all of them. So you include some of the really weak ones in your limping range, and then you include some medium strength and every once in a while some traps to offset that.
I'm good,
That's
thank
like
you.
almost like a credible style.
Yeah.
Most people don't play it,
Right.
but like you do see a
Actually,
little bit of that
I'll have water.
in the heads up sit and go world because you're at like shallow
give her a
stack
dollar?
depths.
Sure, right.
So raising is like
If you'd be so
more
kind,
costly
Phil.
when you get
I'll
jammed
give her
on.
20 for both of us. How about that?
I saw.
It's not like he's playing
I'll take two
too
waters.
like dramatically tight.
Okay,
or,
just
you know
keep-
what I'm saying? It's
Right.
not like that. It seems like at least.
Yeah, no.
I got us.
He's got a very
Wonderful,
mixed
thank you.
approach here.
You are a
Pretty
richer
flop.
man than me.
And also, if you do believe that like you have like a good reading ability, you know, an ability to give
3,000?
yourself an edge on rivers or post flop, then maybe it does make some sense to keep the pot small, especially in the beginning, see more flops and get in more spots to try to develop those reads. I mean that seems like logical to me.
I think we have a fan. I think,
No,
I
I mean,
think we've got a fan over here, guys. Olivier Busquet. You know you have to face him if he wins.
I
Right? Are
know,
you sure
I
you
know,
want to
I
talk up
know.
his game so much?
Well, I mean, you know, it makes me look less bad if I lose then, you know.
Less. Oh, I see. But then it makes you look less good if you. Oh no, actually, it's just win-win.
Right, either way,
it's a
it's
win-win.
good.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. You really want to talk up your opponents.
1,000.
I'm with you. Hellmuth is one of the best heads-up players.
Gangster.
He keeps it pretty gangster.
I mean, he beat two like
Yeah.
absolute legends in the first round.
He-
Or the first, I don't even know what you call it. The first running of this.
The first King of the Hill.
yeah,
Yeah.
the first King of the Hill. Two just legends.
I got pretty owned. I'm alright with that.
Yeah,
I'm alright
right.
with that.
Yeah, right.
You gotta take your beating sometimes, guys. We got check here, by the way. Open ender for Tonka, queen high for Phil.
And you go to 1BC.
Good, great comment here. At least Olivier knows he's just a punching bag for Phil, like the rest of these donks they put on this show for him. That is correct. They are feeding us.
9 high.
Yeah, if I'm a lion, I guess Phil's like the saber tooth or something.
Yeah, it's hard to even say. It's hard to say.
Some prehistoric alpha.
If Phil wins again,
Last call for
it's
Harry,
going to
488.
be, it's going to really be something.
I saw someone on the chat earlier. They were like, if Phil wins again, the poker world will never be the same.
It becomes less funny and more like kind of like WTF the more matches he wins, right?
I guess so, yeah. But also, it's a question of expectation. Like if your claim is that
Ladies here for Tonka, by the way.
yeah. If your claim is that Phil's like terrible, then it's wild.
Right.
But if he's just making certain fundamental mistakes and it's a high variance format, then like, you know, anything can happen.
Absolutely true.
And if Jungle's gonna full trips,
It helps you.
Who
It helps
knows?
you. That could have been it. It could have
that
been
was,
over.
that was just it. If
That
he
was
just
the whole
hit,
thing.
if he hits the call button,
I know.
like
For 20% pot. If he calls for
if he hits the call button, I'm
20%,
like, I've already sold off, like 3/4 of it because I'm playing Jungle the next round.
Yeah. Yeah. Light call here from Phil on the turn.
What happened here? It was check on the flop.
I believe this went
Check
check.
back call on the turn.
I think this went check back call on the turn. I could be wrong, but I think that's what happened. Wow, Phil thinks he's good.
Whoa.
That was a light call down.
It's close. He had queens. I had queen. I snapped him with queen high.
Move to the left, yeah, sure.
I mean, he blocks a straight. He doesn't have a heart.
Don't even start with me.
Pretty reasonable.
Don't even start with me right now, Olivier. Don't even start with me.
Snippity, snippity, snap.
Yeah, well, you raised every button, so, and you bet almost every flop.
250, 500.
So I've
See,
been
this is
kind of ready
exactly
to
what Deeb
call you
told
down
me about
light,
you
pull down
afterwards.
light,
You raised almost every button and you bet almost every
Better,
flop.
I'm just going to raise.
Better
Okay.
just to raise?
So what
Better
that
just
mean?
to check raise you. If you're going to c-bet 100%, I have to check raise more.
I'm not c-betting 100%.
Close.
I mean, I do have a relatively high c-bet frequency, but you know, I have a small sizing to compensate.
13?
On some boards, at least.
I do think that it's easy to over adjust in just really small samples of hands and just think
Totally.
like you see 30 or 50 hands and you know something happens consistently in there and then you just kind of take the next step, which is they're doing it too much. But
15?
you really don't have much baseline for that. You're just saying it off of like, you know, 5 hands that took that line.
I think in particular, it's something that people do when they don't have as
fold.
formalized a strategy of their own.
Yeah.
They
King
feel
high?
a bit unsure, and that maybe
I already
John
had
said
at
maybe,
least
like, I
an
was going
ace,
after
though.
him or attacking him or something like that. And it's like,
At least
if
an
you
ace.
felt I was attacking you, like
The nice
you
thing is I'm not
you
lying
feel the
to
need
you
to change your
because,
strategy because like
It's on
I don't
stream.
lie on the stream.
attacking
yeah.
you.
I
is
just
gonna
don't lie on
lose
the
to
stream.
your
Right.
That was the
strategy,
good part
you know?
where I had
Right.
at least an ace.
You and Doug had the same conversation about not lying on stream, and Doug had just lied.
Yeah. You won't catch me lying on stream very often. I might not
True
reveal.
story.
I like how he doesn't even, he just says very often. He won't catch you like very
3,000.
often.
Shout out to Mike Dentali, who just tuned in. Great to have you here, buddy.
Making a stand, eh?
Hopefully you're enjoying
Stand
the
would have been
action.
to raise.
Set here for Hellmuth.
Ah.
3 of a kind, 3-bet pot, but not much chance of getting some action.
Jovi. Jovi to the main game. 25 max.
25? God damn it. Why can't you have ace king? Or ace 8 would be good.
Ace 8 would be good?
If you had 9s and 8s, you're just dead, so.
Gregory.
But I keep telling you for free. What did you have that hand?
I had a suited hand.
God damn it. I just, why can't I check that?
Gregory.
I'm so greedy. I'm just trying to get your whole stack. Like, Shaq, let you
It's
fire
surprising
one
that
straight
Phil
or pick up a draw,
says
you
what he
know, or
has.
something. I don't know. Maybe it runs out deuce, deuce, and you make trips or something, you know? Like, God. Call.
If you're to be believed, you're making a lot of strong holdings.
Jovi's coming.
You won a bunch of hands in a row, right?
At some point.
Call.
Only Phil can 3-bet flop a set and then turn that into somehow complaining.
Well, it is a bit frustrating when you flop a set and get no action, but Phil is a master of seeing the downside.
So we got a ace 4 tray, 3 diamond flop. Now Phil does have the 9 of diamonds, but right now Tonka can lead with his top pair.
Call.
10s full of aces.
This could get pretty interesting on some later streets, actually. I think Tonka's at some point going to have to throw the check in,
Sounds
and
like
Phil gets there on the turn. All right, I'm going to say something that I think almost no one does, but what do you think about a turn bluff here from Tonka?
Did he check?
yeah, I don't know.
Or are you going to check all your hands here on the turn?
I think I would check, yeah, most of my hands. Well, why do you like this hand as a candidate? Because you have a 6 in it.
Well, I mean, I don't think that it's as much about the 6 or the ace. In fact, I think the ace is actually probably a bad card to have.
Yeah, I would assume the ace is back because it blocks your opponent from having an ace without a diamond.
My argument is actually more from the side of you have to bluff non-equity,
Sure.
and how many non-equity hands are betting this flop? Like, how often do you have 9-8 of hearts and you bet the flop? You know, I mean, and are those hands better candidates to bluff anyway?
But what about just having like a 7? I mean, every once in a while, an offsuit 6 will win the hand for you now. If your opponent has a set or 2 pair and decides to call it. Or is that just not enough?
Yeah, that's a good point. So you think this hand's too strong? Yeah, okay. I'm with you.
So what happened to when check on the river and Phil value bet the 9 of diamonds?
Yep, that's correct.
You bet big? No.
I don't know the exact sizing, actually.
Thank you.
My main point in spots like that, I feel like the field chronically underbluffs them.
Sure, yeah.
And so-
basically, you feel like the field underbluffs in any spot where it requires some non-equity bluffs.
Exactly. Particularly when some of the hands that make the most sense were a class and an earlier street of value bets.
Yeah, okay.
So
sure.
if you have a thin value bet and then the river basically, or next card, everything gets there, all your side bluffs get there, you don't really have that many non-equity bluffs, and you have one of your worst value bets from earlier streets, those hands can become bluffs sometimes. Not often, obviously, mainly they don't. But from time to time, you can take some of those hands and bluff with them. And I just don't think that that's something that people think about too often.
I think there is one spot in which people do that more than others, and that's when they call the flop, turn goes check, check, and then on the river, sometimes people will turn some of their weak made value hands, but I think you're right, in particular, when they are the aggressive barreler, they don't continue after they've...
As you were saying, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
Weird how there's certain like trends in the way poker strategy
Yeah, absolutely.
gets distributed to the community.
Phil with the old check it back here with the top pair in one pot, trying to bait him in for a bet, but I don't think he's gonna have it pan out for him.
How does Tonka get to this spot with 9
Limp check,
off?
limp check,
Oh, limp check.
limp check, check, check.
Yeah.
I would say pretty standard for that.
Yeah, it seems like a good candidate for Phil to check back too.
Yeah, I like it.
So how many of these do you think you'll win in a row?
I feel like Phil's playing good.
How many what?
King of the
So far,
Hills.
so good.
Well, I'm in the first match of the second one now.
But surely you think you're a favorite, so surely you think you're going to win.
I don't know. Am I a favorite? Check.
It's the face of a man who thinks he's a favorite.
If you thought you're a favorite versus Doug and Jungle, surely you think you're a favorite versus me.
Call.
Like, I think this is going to be really interesting if Phil bricks.
Yeah.
Phil quite dead here, by the way. Tonka has the higher spade and a pair. Needs a 7 or a 9. Of course, an offsuit 7.
Do you prefer Tonka checking with, let's say, if we compare all the 10-8s to having a spade or not having a spade?
I think I like this one as a check. I think you have more playability across rivers. I think it strengthens your range that does bet and check back the turn. And I think I like betting with, I wouldn't bet too many 8s, I think, anyway. I don't think I'd bet too
That
many
was
8s.
almost worth a. It was almost worth a button to look.
Worth the reveal?
Yeah. Just because you raise every button and almost every single flop. Part of me was ready to check raise you on the turn there. I had a big hand.
Would have been interesting.
I don't think anybody else would have folded my hand.
Big slick here for Phil.
I wonder if he'll
13.
trap. Nope.
Answer is no. He mixes it up pretty. Ooh, and we got jacks here for Tonka.
Wow, sick cooler.
We've got 2 elite holdings here, and we're going to see some action. Tonka cutting out a 3-bet. Bumps it up. Oh, man. $4,300 now. Do you think Phil ever calls here?
I was thinking about that. I mean, I don't think anybody does, but oh wow.
There's the 43.
Jams.
Wow, Tonka hasn't even called yet. That's crazy.
It looks like I have ace king the way I played it, right?
It really does. And like, I would never even like consider in the fucking world folding this versus anyone.
People want to play so differently.
I mean, I'm not gonna fold.
You can't. You just can't.
Was that not kind of a slight?
Yes.
Flippy.
It was like
100%
it was a
is.
direct slight. Like
it is.
I would not fold this versus anyone, but versus you, I'll think about it.
Yeah, that's just.
Here we go. King on the flop.
Wow, I just
Whoa.
use the hearts.
All right. Talking is a queen or a jack. Or a 7. Picks up a couple more outs. Can he get it
I have no
done?
feeling this could go either way.
Wow.
Well, he said that as the 4 of
All
hearts
right,
was out.
Round 1.
Yeah.
Round 1 is over. Just like that.
Brutal.
Legit.
He sprung to life. Now, Hellmuth likes to talk about stories where he gets it in good. Do you think we're going to hear about this one where he got it in bad and won?
I think he's just going to say nothing you could do. We both had good hands, and I got lucky. You know, Phil, I think, is relatively gracious when he wins.
That's interesting. You've met Phil, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
After the first match between these two Tonkas, it didn't go so well. What happened out there, my man?
You know, got ran over a little bit. I don't know. Didn't make many good hands, and then had jacks and Phil 4-bet shoved. And you know, I'm probably not folding jacks heads up very often. I considered it very briefly, you know, just because I honestly think I'm just flipping all the time. But like that's fine for me, right? Jacks is
Well,
I'm,
no,
a,
I mean,
I'm a slight favorite with Ace King.
I could have queens. I just
Maybe you have
very
queens.
rarely I'd have 10s, I think, because I had such a nice lead in that match. But
But I don't think you have aces or kings. I don't even think you have queens. So
sometimes I shove like that with queens or kings.
Yeah.
But aces I would have raised less. Yeah.
Well, I know you're a little bit out of your elements playing live, so I wanted to bring you some comfort food that I thought like a streamer might feel a little bit better about. I thought
Wonderful.
like a Mountain Dew, some Sour Patch Kids, you'll feel right at home again, maybe get you back into that mindset to take it down.
I honestly hate both of these things, but
I guess, Phil, were you able to use any white magic out there during that first match?
I thought he played well. There were some times where if he's going to raise 100% of the buttons and then bet 100% of the flops, I should have check raised a little bit more. I didn't quite have locked in when he was strong and weak. I knew when he re-raised me there on the last hand. I thought he was strong, but I didn't think it was aces, kings, or queens. So I thought if I shove, there's some chance he folds, maybe as 10s or 9s and folds it. But maybe ace queen suited would have been great for me in that spot because sometimes they put all their money in with ace queen suited against me when they're not supposed to. I've seen that happen a lot. So.
All right, now are you worried because he just said two things that you're doing 100% of the time? It sounds like he's peering into your soul and knows what you're doing at all steps. Does this concern you?
no, I mean I knew that going into it. That's what white magic is, right?
I mean, I think there's a philosophy amongst a huge generation of poker players that thinks you're supposed to raise 87% of the buttons or 90% of the buttons. And then there's some really smart math guys in LA that just developed some new theories. Amazing stuff. They're charging a couple $1,000s an hour to train people. And they think you're not supposed to raise even close to that. But I'd never raised a lot of buttons anyway, so
Do you know what he just did? He made another sweeping generalization about our age group. So that's what we're here doing on Poker Nights in America. We are stereotyping large swaths of demographics with blanket terms. But we are going to be back with the second match. We got to get Tonkas in there winning another one so we can send this to 3. We'll be back in a second.
All right. All right, let's get to that third match, Phil.
No, thank you.
yeah, it's on.
Yep.
This is the last call for table 23 that do the game. Sean Christie, Randall, Dan S, James C, Nicholas.
All right,
John B,
and we're
Bob
back
Joe,
on the felt. Couple hands out of the
Check.
gate. Some really premium ones.
That's 400.
700.
That's 700.
Hellmuth continuing his winning ways, winning the first pot out of the gate.
So your next stop is London, 80-day tournament?
Yep. Right after this to London, and then I'll see you in Rosvedov as well.
Razvedov.
Race, make it 12 to go.
I don't like it when you smile.
Wow.
For those team 5, 10, 20, no limit. 2K man, anyone wants to play, please see supervisor.
That's what you just put in a stack of purples.
No, that was never happening. You felt really strong to me, but I still didn't want to fold. You know, like maybe you had ace deuce, and that's why I didn't want to fold.
Daniel M, 1 3 no limit, Daniel M.
Thank you.
Race, 600. Off.
Daniel M, 1 3 no limit. Wayne, 1 3 no limit.
We got 3 of a kind here on the turn for Tonka, but Phil Hellmuth does have a flush draw. Might decide to make a move.
Larry 1.
Check call Brick River. I think this is going to kind of be it.
Wayne, 1 3 no limit, Wayne.
That's 60.
End of the hand. I want to welcome everyone
1 3 no limit, MC.
to round 2 of match 2 today. The winner of this will face off against Olivier Busquet in our grand final tomorrow at 6 o'clock Eastern, 3
Last
o'clock
call for
Pacific time.
MC, 1 3 no limit. Roger, 1 3 no limit, Roger. Last call for Roger.
Call.
Steven S.
Check, check.
Last call for Steven S. 1 3 no limit.
A little less talking here for our 2 now full contestants as Hellmuth decides to bet with the second pair. Tonka with third pair, probably going to consider his options.
Man, I should have bet less. Damn it. Did you have hearts too?
I did.
Oh, I needed hearts. Oh, 3 hearts, match over.
Come on, deal me the cooler. Why are you getting all the coolers?
Cooler, you lost 300. You lost an ante on that. I overbet it. Cooler would have been if it came heart, heart, heart. I mean,
Yeah, but you're just begging for the coolers, you know? I'm deserving of the coolers.
6.
it's true. If I notice you had 2 lower hearts than me, I do say, why didn't it come like, you know.
Check, check here on the flop. Hellmuth improves to third pair to take the lead on the turn.
21. Player 29.
Picks up that pot. Still even stacks here. Just a few hands into our round 2.
You hear them talking back there like this was already over?
Oh, I don't think anybody said that.
I think the conversation is if Phil wins, who would you root for?
Player in 29, player in 30, player in 21. 2 players in 21. Run again.
Pair for Tonka, but a better pair for Hellmuth. Got him out kicked. Hellmuth improves to 2 pair on the river.
You would pick up any brothers, thank you. That high hand is good. Quad aces with jack. Congratulations, you just won $1,000. $500 high hands qualifying starts right now.
Two pair.
Bet call, and Phil shows
I made a
Tonka
very
the bad
loose call.
news.
Their seat on 25.
Should have just used the reveal. Fuck, I forgot we have them.
Yellow main games their seat.
And you paid the
You got a
price.
jack or a 7?
Please update the Bravo, thank you.
I had a 7.
Yeah, that reveal button is going to save one of us 4,000 or 5,000 eventually. I feel like.
Should have just saved me then.
Confirmed wreck by White Magic. Tonka looks down at the King 10 offsuit. I imagine he'll come in for a raise, which he does. 600 to go. Hellmuth with just the slow play here with the ace queen, the
Check.
big blind. Ten-9 deuce. Tonka moves into the lead with top pair second kicker. Hellmuth breaks with his ace queen, but probably not going anywhere here on the flop.
Check.
Bet call. Dark check for Hellmuth.
How much?
Player in 24.
Hellmuth looks to be cutting out some chips for a turn call, but this would be a little bit on the light
Ace
side.
full jacks. Ace full.
Really thinking this over.
You are in the ace full of jacks.
I felt like you ever misfire. That was a misfired. You know what I mean? Like
A misfire?
a misfire. Yeah.
Who? Mine.
Well, they could see what I had. You can't. So to the world, it makes sense that was kind of a misfire. You know?
So I'm very confused. I don't know if I misfired, if you misfired.
Player in 21.
It wasn't you. You might have made a really good play. I just called you with ace queen last hand. Because I noticed you're starting to bet more flop turn river, and I can call you down with ace queen high on a lot of boards. You know,
Why do you tell people what you're doing?
they never adjust.
They
It's
never
the
adjust?
craziest thing I've ever seen.
That's what you said versus Doug too. Nobody has ever adjusted to you? Come on.
Of course, some people. It's very rare. Like I can tell them what they're doing, and they just keep doing it. It really is. It baffles me how long that's happened.
For the record, I did try to make some adjustments, but
Check.
didn't get me very far. Queen 7 for Hellmuth, 10-7 for Tonka. A6-4, both players brick. Phil checks it over to Tonka. What will he decide to do? Check, check, and Phil looks like he's going for it. 800 gets the job done.
You know, when it's my small blind, they should just leave 300 out there.
Do it.
I mean, just as often as I don't raise pre-flop, you know.
Phil with the pocket nines. Just gonna call. Getting his trap on here, so to speak.
$3,000.
Getting kind of weird now. Phil goes for the limp re-raise with his pocket nines. See what happens from here. 8-4 tray. No help to Tonka. Both players do have a club.
4,000. I feel like you have ace, queen high, or sevens. I can't figure it
Check
out.
call from Tonka. Trade in the turn. Spot getting a little dicey for Tonka.
6,600.
6,600 from Phil. And now Tonka kind of has to make a pretty big decision. If he does call here, he sort of has to intend on calling a lot of rivers. Obviously, he can only improve on a 6.
I guess it's sevens. I wonder if I can beat him. He might have an 8.
River is a jack. Check from Tonka. Phil thinks he's good.
12,200.
Rough spot for Tonka here on the river. Not a great situation if Phil has, and Tonka does make the call.
Good.
And already right out of the gate, Phil's got him on the ropes. That was a huge pot. Hellmuth now up to 80,000. Tonka on only 21,000 here in the second match.
We got some work to do.
That's definitely true here.
Do you have 20?
Two, three,
I'm not going to raise. I'm just trying to get a count.
8, 15, 16, 17, something like that. 17, I think. Right. 10,
16,
16,
about 20. yeah?
17, 19, over 20. You're right.
Yeah.
I don't know how I miscounted that.
Randy.
It's okay. Check.
Ten, 10, 7. Ace high for Tonka, king high for Hellmuth.
Check.
Jack on the turn, nobody improves.
Kim, are you still in the tournament?
Check.
Check.
King.
Ace.
King not going to get it done.
George
Tonka
for
picks up
4,
a really
8,
small
George.
one. He's going to need a lot of those if he wants to get back in this.
Do you have another seat on 15?
Tonka out of the gate, already down to 22,000, but he's still in this. He's got a long way to go. He's going to have to come back to win this one and then also win the final match. But you know what's a good starting place, guys? How about a flush for Tonka? We got some Tonka fans in the chat. Let's do it. Where are Tonka fans at? Anyone here like Tonka? Not exactly the size of the pot you want to win, but a win nonetheless.
So the 888 main event is $2,000 buy-in in London, or 2,000 pounds, or
It'll be euros. No, it'll be pounds.
pounds now?
Yeah. Honestly, I have no idea what it is. It's like
Man, I
it's
don't know.
1,500 or 2K, I think. The last one was 888. It was 888 pounds. But this one, I'm almost certain this one's bigger.
I don't know. I don't know if it was good for the world that they broke away from Europe. I don't know if it was good for the world that they broke away from Europe. London, Brexit.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's not happened yet, right? You want to raise?
I was thinking about it. Yeah. Check.
Ace Jack for Hellmuth, Jack 10 for Tonka. He's gonna take a stab on the flop. Hellmuth going
Check.
nowhere. 8 of clubs on the turn. Good card for Hellmuth. Picks up the nut flush draw to go along with his ace high. Check, check.
Check.
Offsuit 5 on the river.
Ace Jack. I was calling on the turn, clubbies.
How about the river?
It's a good,
Audrey
probably.
for 4, 8, Audrey.
That's a read thing, you know, like. You picked up, I was ready to raise there. Well spotted. I wouldn't have fooled you if it came ace high. You'd have been like, he was singing a raise and he has it.
Hellmuth looks down at Queen 10 of clubs. Suited Broadway hand. Decides to just call. Tonka looks down at my favorite hand in Texas Hold'em, pocket aces. Got a raise from Tonka and a quick call from Hellmuth. Maybe Tonka can get some movement in the right direction here. Oh, and it's a bad flop for Hellmuth. Flops middle pair and a gutter, but he's got a lot of equity against Tonka's aces. The Tonka fam here is going to have to get a hold. If Tonka can't get a hold here, his chance of winning this match will go down drastically. Quick call from Hellmuth. We're seeing a turn. Oh, brutal turn for Tonka. Phil improves to 2 pair against Parker's aces. Check, check, though. 9 on the river. The board is a chop. Now, if Tonka decides he thinks Hellmuth does not have a king, he could make a move. A move that could very well get through.
3,000.
But I'm not sure it can get through for this price. It's a pretty cheap bet, just half pot. Here we go, Phil, here we go.
Wow, it's a bad run out for me.
And he gets the
I
fold.
just thought you were drawing dead on the turn, so I checked it quickly.
What'd you have?
At least 2 pair.
At least 2 pair.
Yeah.
Phil's certainly telling the truth.
Yeah, it was going to be a big pot if.
Let's go Tonka.
I mean, obviously, I'm snap calling all your river bets. Unless I fill up, then I'm all in. Ah, damn
You
it.
hit the 2 pair on the turn?
New hand, kings, four, jacks.
Well, you've got to share equal information if you want to hear all that.
That board sucked for my hand. I had a really fucking good hand.
Kings?
Kings is a straight.
Yeah.
Some
Oh, you
upper
were out
level
there bluffing
poker
around.
strategy going on here, guys.
God, I had you drawing dead. Oh, that sucks for me. Oh. All I have to do is bet the turn, but I got a little like. Looked like you wanted to keep bluffing, you know? Check.
Creative take on the word dead.
Have a seat on 22.
Check.
You have a seat on 21. Thank you. Stephen H. and
Raise 12.
Stephen H. for 1-3.
Tonka's got the top pair. Does make the call. Interesting decision here on the
Probably
flop
going
from
to check
Hellmuth.
the river. Let's just see. Check.
4 and the river makes a 5 a straight. Now, does
Andrew for
Tonka think his
1-3.
top pair is good? If he does, he might go over some value. It's kind of a weird spot.
That's a fold,
Tonka
right?
bets and
Yeah.
gets a
It's a
fold.
Good fold.
Don't look now, but now it's just a 3-1 advantage.
All right, you cried about my hand that time.
Huh?
I told you I had at least 2 pair. What did you have?
Did you hit the 2 pair on the turn or the flop?
I had queen 10 of clubs. It came jack 10 8.
I had aces.
Yeah. I believe it. Man, if I bet the turn, the match could be over.
Match would be
No.
over?
No, I guess not.
What? How would the match be over?
God, I had a bad feeling about that flop. Oh, it's a good thing I didn't move in on the flop. Whew.
Brandon for 1-3, Brandon.
Open from, or sorry, call from
You had
Hellmuth
queen 10 of clubs.
and a raise from Tonka with 9-8 of diamonds.
It's a strong holding. It's a really good turn card.
It was a great turn card.
I guess a 9 is better. Not really. Not versus my hand, at least.
Yeah, I agree.
Bit of an action flop here. Flush draw for Tonka. Pair of 10s for Hellmuth. Unrelated note, definitely feeling the effects of that beer right now.
3,000?
Randall B for 4-8 limit. Randall B, 4-8 limit.
We got a raise in the flop by Hellmuth. Bit of a weird raise. 5 on the turn now. What will Phil do? Checks it back. And our friend Tonka is going to have to fire. He's going to have to fire here. This is clearly the worst hand he can have in his range. There's simply no way around it. He's going to have to put Phil in a spot.
I think I have the nuts, but I'll check.
You got it.
Oh, disagree
I don't think you have
with our
to fold
line
it, though.
here, friends.
I'm not folding. But unless you move
You
in.
have 2 seats on
But then I might have to find the call button to try to end it.
I had a flush draw.
God, the queen 10. Oh, man, what a weird hand that was. Oof.
Yeah, cool board.
It was a cool board,
Yeah,
yeah.
super cool board for aces. I love it.
It was a cool board for the hand.
Just awesome.
I mean, if I move it on the flop, you're going to snap it, and then I hit a queen. It looks like it's over. Only to tie.
And then I get the
Oh.
miracle 800.
Sam M for 1-3.
Check.
Matt U for 1-3.
How much?
Tonka goes ahead and bets the flop. Second pair. Little backdoor flush draw action. Phil does have 2 overs. Plenty of equity. And he picks up an open ender. Interesting spot now. Check, Phil, check. Tonka.
Check.
4 bricks out. Phil checks once again. Tonka has to feel pretty good about his pair of 3s. He's going to go for some value. Looks like he will. Is Phil buying it?
Quad 7s. with
Hard to say. He does have some chips out here.
Ace.
And he makes the call.
Man, good bet. I told myself there's no way he's betting a 3 here.
Thanks.
Good bet.
Ryan for 1-3, Ryan.
There's no
Tried to
way
fish
he's
in like
betting
Doug
a 3.
Polker's the man.
Me
Thanks,
slow
dude.
playing every
Much
hand.
appreciated.
Good bet.
Thanks.
Hey, who won the
How about
first match?
maybe
The first
ace
match
3?
was won by Olivier Busquet.
Many more to come. Like I told Phil, we're just going to get to the round 3. And
I
then
don't agree.
And then I don't mind. You know?
I don't agree.
I'm just not about getting swept. In fact, I'm definitely going to win it in 3.
I'm good. Thank you.
Call.
Yeah. Queen deuce for Tonka. 7-5 for Philly Hellmuth, as some might say. Got a bet from Phil. I'll take it down.
Chris for 1-3, Chris.
Why aren't you playing Doug? I actually played the last King of the Hill. Can't get in all of them, guys. Sometimes you gotta sit them out. I was happy to be the commentator as well. I mean, I do enjoy playing poker, but it's okay to be on the booth
One double up,
sometimes,
Phil.
too.
Now we're back to evens.
Are you saying you have 25?
Just about.
24? 26? What is it?
26, I think. Something like that.
You have a seat on 27.
Can't do that.
26,000. 52 bigs?
Something like that.
All right.
Something like that.
I can figure it out on my end too, right?
Queens for Hellmuth. Lim Sim was going for the trap. Tonka goes for the check here with the Jack-8. Whew! Big flop for Tonka. Flops a straight.
7.
Now what is Tonka gonna do here?
Three.
Makes 3K to go. Going for a little value. Tough spot now for Hellmuth. Got the overpair, but tough to win with this hand.
This was not the way I envisioned this hand going. You know what I mean? Like, I was envisioning putting it all in before the flop, but you may have accidentally bluffed me there.
Accidentally? So you folded a really good hand, is what you're saying?
I had an overpair.
An overpair
Yeah.
with no heart.
Yep. Damn it. I was very disappointed when I looked in the... I really was pretty sure I had the Queen of Hearts in there. It wasn't in there.
Pocket fours for Tonka. Raises. Gets a fold from Philly with the 8-deuce god. Now I'm calling him Philly Hellmuth. Jesus. Jesus. It's contagious.
You've been raising my limps a fair amount, so of course I limped in with 9s and queens. You know.
That 9's hand was sad. I wanted to keep him. I wanted to keep him.
You know, I actually don't hate that fold from Phil with the queens there. Terrible playability. Any other overpair is better. Doesn't have a heart.
Your Bravos are updated.
I don't hate it actually. It's kind of weird, but I don't hate it.
Call.
Phil calls the Jack 10. Tonka checks pocket fours. Ace, 4. Sorry. Didn't he just have pocket fours? Am I crazy? All right, 6-5 now. Sorry. Open ender here for Tonka. Jack 10 for Hellmuth. Bet and call on the flop.
Yvonne. Yvonne for 4-8 limit.
5 on the turn. Improves to a pair of fives. Will Phil fire again? Small lead here from Tonka. That'll be enough to do it.
God, it'd be a lot closer if I didn't give you that 12,000. Nines.
I mean, I was worried about the ace jack. I was worried about like the ace jack of clubs, but I thought maybe you had sevens or an 8 or a 4.
Eric, your table change from 1 is available.
And I don't think you're paying it off with ace queen high, but maybe.
I mean, it's tough for me to have a lot of hands.
Yeah.
Ten-4 of diamonds for Tonka.
Check.
Queen 3 deuce. Top pair for Hellmuth.
Check.
Both players pick up gutters in the turn.
I'm going to do a board check for this 5-5 limit. If you're still interested in playing 5-5, please raise your hand. Chris B. Paul F. Chris Q.
Kind of a weird spot now for Tonka, who bets and faces a check raise. We see a lot of these checkmate raises from Phil with
Murray.
some middling strength showdown hands.
Murray, still interested in 5-5.
Generally speaking, when you see this from players, it means that their call ranges tend to be a bit weaker because hands that would normally call down are not being raised on an earlier street.
Wow.
Play down from Tonka, though.
Gary, you still interested
Don't worry, I had it. I was rooting for you to do something crazy. I'm like, this could be it. He could re-raise here. And I'm just jamming.
I love this comment. You guys remember when they changed host for the High Stakes Poker Show? Doug is like that Norman guy, or whatever his name was. Too theoretical and boring, not much entertainment. Are you talking about Norman Chad? You think
I
that
need to
that
make
was
some
the
pairs.
theoretical guy?
That's what I need to do.
D&D.
I'm
You
shocked.
beat my queens. I mean, by crook or by legitimacy.
Bill L.
You did beat queens.
I'm actually shocked.
Wild Bill.
By hook or by crook.
Yes, Bill?
Got 10-7 on the button for Hellmuth.
Matthew?
Indeed, guys, classic one Chuck Doug.
Matthew for 5-5.
Believe this went limp check. Tonka with the pocket eights. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it went raise call. Apologize. Bets the flop and does take it down. Doing a little bit of the play-by-play, a little bit of color every now and then.
How much is it now?
You have a seat on table
20,
4.
roughly.
27-3 or something.
Yeah, it's good.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Archie.
Just rough. I don't,
also
if you say 27, and that's
miss Gabe Kaplan, fam. I also miss Gabe Kaplan. All right, 8-4 offsuit and King 8 offsuit. King Queen 7. Tonka, top pair, the goods. Hellmuth drawing it a measly 2% equity, but he's taking a stab. Tonka now with the top pair. Does make the call. Gonna be hard for Hellmuth to turn much equity. And he does not. Tonka will win this hand unless he folds. Check on the turn. 8 on the river. An action card. Tonka, 2 pair now. Hellmuth now with his 4th pair. How is Tonka going to play it? Looks like he's reaching for chips. He's going to fire out a bet. Not even a hesitation there from Phil. Knows he's beat. Lets it go.
So far, I'm getting white magic, Phil. If you're folding over pairs.
Yeah, no, I did. I had queens. I couldn't decide whether I wanted the heart with it or not.
Jack deuce for Tonka.
Check.
King 5 deuce. Both players improved to pairs. Hellmuth with the better pair of 5s and a backdoor queen eye flush draw. Ace on the turn doesn't change too much. Hellmuth now with a kind of interesting bet. 3/4 pot with his 3rd pair.
Pulled a pair to you again.
God damn it. Just get in there, please.
Good lay down.
That was a lie, that one. That one was definitely a lie.
You owe me one if I tell you what I had. Yes or no?
All right, I owe you one.
I had a 5 with a queen, so if you had a 5, you were dead. If you had a deuce, you were dead.
I had a deuce.
No, you owe me one. Oh, I don't have to waste a hand reveal.
Yeah, but one of like equal caliber. You don't get to ask for it in like a 15K pot or a 20K pot.
That seems reasonable. You should have negotiated that in
7-4 for
advance,
Hellmuth.
but I'll let that one slide. It seems what's fair is fair, so.
For those of you wondering when the final will be, it's going to be at 6 o'clock tomorrow Eastern time, 3 o'clock.
What do you have, 6-7?
Is that your one?
No. No. Don't try to bait me now. You tried to bait me into taking my free hand. Oh, that's funny. I should have let out on the King 5 deuce. Lead. You got to call with ducks. Check.
Both players break the flop. Tonka with the king high in the lead, though. He's going to bet, and I imagine take it down.
22.
He does raise, and he springs to life. Phil with a nice little move here. Picks up some chips.
$24?
As you can see
Just
from our
roughly
chip count
good.
display here on your screen,
But I wanna
Hellmuth
know.
with 74,000.
Yeah, it's important to know on these spots, right?
Far ahead. Tonka with 26.
25, 20, 26.
Fire in on one.
Ace tray of clubs for Hellmuth. Just limps into the pot. And check from Tonka with the 5 deuce. A6-4, Hellmuth way out in the lead with his top pair and backdoor on flush draw. But Tonka does have some equity. Now he's got a little bit more. Picks up a flush draw on the turn to go along with his gutter. I think we're going to see a bet here on the turn from the Tonk lad. He does decide to bet.
22.
Phil with the raise, the check back raise. He's got some moves. Phil's, you know, you gotta admit, he might not play kind of standard,
Just call, Philly.
but
This is too
Come
dangerous.
on, you didn't have it again.
I did have it.
my
tries to play
goodness.
tough.
That's what I gotta do, man. I gotta make some pairs. That's what I said. You're making a pair on every hand. Top pair aces, top pair queens, pair of 5s, and I got a pair of ducks.
Some of those were small pots. But yeah.
Hey, small pots add up,
Yeah.
especially when you're at a 3-to-1 disadvantage.
Good point.
Ace-2 suited for
Check.
Tonka. Raises into Hellmuth's big blind, who calls with the Jack-5. Brick board for everyone, Queen-9 tray.
Check.
Phil improves to a pair of jacks. And bets a string of chips, which has an $800 value.
Jacks.
Jacks are good. Phil picks up another. Tonka moving in the wrong direction. He was getting some steam going for a bit there. Not so much now. In other news, Twitter is now recommending me tweets about King of the Hill because I like tweets about King of the Hill. But these are not tweets about poker. Always
11.
liked Hank. Bet here on the flop. Hellmuth was bottom pair, takes it down.
This is the time that I make a pair. It's coming.
Sometimes you don't
It's
want to
coming.
make. Sometimes you don't want to make a pair.
I always prefer making pairs.
True. Well, I mean,
I see what you're saying, but
yeah.
I'll still take that pair.
King
I will
queen for
still
Tonka,
take that pair.
pretty solid pre-flop holding.
$25.
Phil now with kind of an interesting re-raise with the King Jack. Small. That's the thing about King Jack. You want to keep their range wide by enticing hands into the pot. Got a call from Tonka. Queen high board.
Check.
Tonka getting some needed magic going here. Can he win some chips with his top pair? Will Phil fire? Answer is no. We got ourselves a check going. Now, Hellmuth might sense some weakness, but Tonka's hand's pretty under-ripped.
5,000.
And Tonka is now in the absolute perfect position to capitalize on his king-queen. He trapped the flop. He kept Phil in. He hoped. He dreamed for a turn bet. And that effort is coming to fruition here as his top pair is good. Hellmuth stone dead. I think we're about to see a call here. He does make the call. At this point, I have to wonder, what does Phil put Tonka on? Jack on the river. Now, this is going to get pretty interesting. Phil has improved to a fairly strong hand.
6,200.
Wait.
Ace of hearts, 5
No.
of spades.
I have king queen, Phil.
Oh.
And Phil now knows he's bluffing.
Aces? You just have aces? Just have ace queen?
Don't overthink this, Tonka.
Just have ace king?
You trapped him on the
Just
flop.
have any ace with a heart?
Don't overthink that. Boom!
Of course you have to.
Tonka
Yeah.
King queen's good. Yeah.
going hard in the paint.
I got a bad card on the river. Jack.
Tonka up to 35,000. Where are those Tonk Muppets at? Where are the Tonk Muppets at in the chat? Can he make a comeback happen? That's right, 2 claps in the background. That's right.
Good hand.
Thanks.
Tonk hype.
Oh, god damn. I finally re-raised you after you raised every button and you somehow had king jack beat. It's crazy.
A very fortunate holding to have when you have that hand.
Well,
Got a
considering I've
reasonable
only
amount of
re-raised
comments
you
here in the
twice
chat.
in like 100 hands.
That's not true. You've re-raised me actually a decent chunk.
Maybe 4 times in all the matches.
More. At least 5 or 6. I think. Unless I'm very, very wrong. Steamed up.
Nice and steamy. Now Hellmuth with the king queen. Decides to raise it up. Get a little call from Tonka.
$2,000.
Big flop for Tonka. Top 2, getting some movement. The tides are turning. Now, does he slow play or does he go for a little value?
6,000.
We got ourselves a match on our hands.
Wow, I always wait till I have it. How am I losing these pots? He plays every hand. Such a huge edge for me.
That's it. Get steamed up.
I'm steamed because, of course, I had it again. Fuck.
Only Phil
Couldn't have had
Hellmuth
it that
can,
well.
can he be up around, up in
Full
chips, and then be steamed about how hot his opponent is running.
Chris Bosh. That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
Folded a button? Why, don't do that.
I dealt a lot of raising hands so far. That was the first one that didn't
I
make
need
the
you to
cut.
raise every button. It's just so much better for me. God damn it. Oh. I finally re-raised him with King Jack after he raised 62 buttons in a row when he had me beat. Wow.
For the record, 62 is actually an accurate count of the amount of buttons. You know how they say chess players see 10 moves out ahead, 20 moves out ahead? Phil Hellmuth is 62 moves behind. King Jack for Hellmuth. He's in the lead here against Tonka's King 8.
I'm not even looking.
Brick
I'm just gonna
board.
fire 1,000.
That'll get it done. That will get it done. How's everyone in the chat doing, by the way? Thank you for tuning in today
What did I use
to
my
our
reveal for?
second
Is it 4-8?
King of the Hill.
No.
Yeah, I was kind of bummed out. I bet 6,200. You're like, oh shit, I have King Queen, and I was like, oh god damn it.
I'm just doing like the fucking live pro thing, you know, where you know you're never folding, but you're sad to call.
Oh, I don't blame you.
I mean,
no, no,
it's
no.
6,600 off of like, or 6,200 off of like 10K.
No, you did everything right. I was just saying you didn't do anything wrong. I was just saying, damn it, I thought I was gonna win that. The Jack looked like a great card, you know. When it popped off, I'm
It
like,
did.
yes, I win. Check.
I appreciate everyone asking how I'm doing. I'm fine. I'm fine. I was born to do this. I was born to be behind a computer needling Phil Hellmuth. I used to play high-stakes poker, but that was a past life. Now, I make YouTube videos.
All right, we're rallying now, Phil.
I also post on social media. You can find me there, Doug Polk Poker. Talk on the up and up. But I do appreciate, guys, in the chat, the support. A lot of support here for One Chug Doug, your host for King of the Hill 2. By the way, guys, tomorrow will
one
be
more,
our
and then you'll be fully steamed.
It might have been worse.
Grand
It might have
final.
been worse if the Jack didn't come. I might have just moved you in that hand, right? Thinking you had like Ace-5 offsuit or something, you know?
Also, as a reminder, whoever wins this King of the Hill will be invited back to defend the belt for King of the Hill 3, coming up October 25th and 26th from Sugar House in Philadelphia. I'll be there again as your host.
7.
You might say, Doug, why are you hosting these things? And that is a great question. But I've been told at some point I might be able to get back in there, and I'm trying to be here for that moment. Tonka he's in this, guys. He's in this, 38K. One big pot away from even. He opens it up with a 6-5. Hellmuth with the ace-jack.
Thinking of re-raising here. Give me a second.
I love how candid he is about his hand strength. But he does make the call. Let's see what we got cooking on the flop.
Check.
Ace, King 5, a little bit for both players. Tonka picks up bottom pair, but Hellmuth is still in the lead with his top pair second kicker.
How much?
Tonka does decide to bet. Yeah, we get a call here from Hellmuth. Looking pretty good with his top pair. Jack on the turn gives Hellmuth a gutter. No help to Tonka. Might slow him down a bit now. Eight on the river.
3,000.
Phil goes for a little value and gets a fold. Lays it down.
Damn it.
You can't say damn it after every hand.
I had it. That's
How
what
do you
I had.
have it every hand?
I don't have it every hand, but
I'm okay, thanks.
I told you I was thinking of re-raise and I had a big hand there. I'm okay. I need you to have ace 10. It would have been a big pot.
Oh, God. Can't wait to watch it after, and you just never had it.
Last call for David I.
You know I have it, but you have to call, right? Like,
What, right now?
yeah, of course.
Why do I have to call? Check.
It's the way you play. You have to play every hand, right?
Open ender here for Tonka. Gutter ball for Hellmuth. The man staring me down while drinking a Miller Lite.
It is crazy.
If I could only relay
Really
the
is
amount of
crazy.
women around right now. Oh wait, I can. It's 0.
Is that
That's
ace
right,
king
Manz.
again?
That's right. Yeah. Where's Shannon? Yo, Shannon. She
It's a
said
little
actually meet her in the parking lot in like 2 minutes. Head over to the parking lot.
Come
2
on now,
minutes.
you won the first match, you've got a chip lead in the second one, you've made top pair on 75% of hands, and somehow it's crazy.
Oh, there's Shannon.
No, it's not
What?
75%, not even close
How
to
did
that.
that just happen?
It's randomness. It
Come
just so
on,
happens
man.
every time I've raised the button, I've
Let me
been
get
very
some of those
strong, and I
waters.
haven't won any of them.
Can I get 2 of them? Can I get 5 back on this? Thank you.
Wait, you won the biggest pot we played.
That was I re-raised the button.
5 back.
No, you raised the button, and I 3-bet, and you 4-bet. Shove.
Oh, with the ace king.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed.
6 odd.
How did that just happen?
5,000.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and qualify this from Phil as a move. I'm going to put this solidly into the move category. Sometimes you got the skills, and sometimes you got the moves, and this is definitely a move. He senses weakness. Now, a bit of a tough spot for Tonka. Little suited queen ball on the button.
You see remain game left at 20. Thank you.
He does make the call. We're taking a flop, guys. We got 2 not very good hands, and we are taking a flop. Let's see what we got. 10-4 deuce. Hellmuth moves into the lead with a pair of 4s. No luck for Tonka. Phil does check. Moves look like they might beat this button call.
6,000.
Turn deuce. Big bet from Phil. And he's going to take it down.
Oh, you correctly, you were right. I was weak before the flop. But then I did outflop you. Damn it, I wish you wouldn't have had a button yet. Flop.
God, I called you really weak as well.
I give
But
you
I
credit.
just never connect.
Well-
And you do. See what I mean again, pairs? This is what I'm talking about, Phil. And you're complaining to me. Unbelievable.
No, all I said is
Unfucking believable.
call. You've been practicing your Phil Hellmuth whining game?
So on
All right,
stream,
guys, so-
I've been running pretty bad lately, just in tournaments
I
online.
have to do a human
and,
function.
sometimes I whine and go on rants.
So
and I'm, like,
I'm going
I
to
feel like Phil Hellmuth.
hand you off in the very capable hands of 2 people that frankly could not be less alike, Olivier Busquet and the man. So I'll be back shortly. Might even eat some food because I forgot I haven't done that yet in a while. But here we go, Olivier Busquet and the man's. I will be back in a little bit.
Sup, dude? It's your worst nightmare. Don't worry, dude. I'll be quiet. We'll let Tonka's and Philly Hellmuth talk. You guys don't think I'm capable of being quiet for 4 seconds? What's up, Olivier?
What's up, bro?
What? Guys, the chat doesn't believe me. I'm going to be super good. Trust me.
Call.
You got it. Queen high.
Sevens.
Looks like Phil picked off a bluff right there.
Dude, this is what I was born to do. Break down hands in real time.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, dude.
All right. Man, how do you keep up with this chat? These guys are
It's
crazy.
impossible, dude. Just people showering us with
That
praise
was one of two
nonstop.
bad
Is
bluffs
that what
that
it
night.
is? Is that what it is?
The promise I will make to you,
That
chat.
could have worked. I checked the flop behind you and just called. I mean,
Yeah, but you've been calling me down with king high and stuff, so
true. That's true.
maybe it's just terrible, you know? Likely.
The promise I will make to you is I will shut the hell up anytime our two heroes are playing. Okay? You don't have to mute it,
Check.
all right? The man's is going to be on his best behavior.
Tonka electing to bet his second pair here.
For 5, 10, 20,
Couple
no limit, game D.
back doors. Phil out of the way with no equity.
Conceding 5, 10, 20, no limit hold, 2K min.
You know what I should do? I should not say a word until you guys are just bored by the silence and you're begging for me to say something. You know you want it. Yeah, please continue using hashtag
win a big pot at
#OneChugDougManz
some
on
point.
Twitter.
What is it? One
I'm pretty good at
chug
keeping the
Doug
pot
Manz?
sizes down.
Yeah, that seems easy to remember.
Kind of rolls off the tongue.
It does, yeah.
I
it's
haven't
very
been doing
smooth.
much to try to make them big either.
True.
Guys, I'll tell you the truth. Doug is hunting down Shannon. He had eyes for her. I said I didn't want to be a home wrecker.
Hellmuth flipped in with ace-8, Tonka with 9-6, and Tonka checked
Nine?
the ace-8. I like this check by Tonka. It's a hand that plays a bit awkward when you raise and get called and an ace doesn't flop. And it's a bit disguised in limp pots.
All right, that high end is good, straight flush to the 6. Congratulations, we still have more qualifying, $500 high hands. Starting down. Just a reminder, our last payout is
Phil does this all the time. He like tries to get value
17?
in these spots that are so thin. Like third pair here seems like such a natural check once you've gotten called on the flop. You know, like what is he going to call the flop with that calls a turn bet that you beat with a 9? But Phil does this a lot.
Can I introduce you to some white magic, Olivier's?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, but I don't. You know, I think Phil. My guess is that Phil just checks here. I don't think he's going to turn his hand to a bluff, but he might.
I can't beat a queen.
I got it.
Yeah. Bit of a strange bet, I think, on the turn.
Nice hand.
Thanks.
Yo, chat, tell me how many reveal buttons have been used so far this match. That's what I'm here for, the reveal buttons. Getting a variety of
Unfortunately, I did
answers.
have something.
41 seems high.
That is unfortunate.
That time it was unfortunate. Because you had
Or
an
a
ace.
queen. You probably go 3 with a queen as well.
You just got the chat to just.
I would have valued about any queen with a kicker there.
The people who type 69 and 420, that is correct.
Check.
Kim on the 20th, 48 limit for Kim.
I just want to let the chat know that we've actually gotten rid of the small blind and big blind. We're just going to play 500 big blinds deep
4,000?
into the night.
Last call for Kim, 48 limit.
Hellmuth just like
Daniel M.
roguely
48 limit,
raising
Daniel M.
the king 8 offsuit, no spade, just like check,
Daniel
raise.
M. for 48 limit, last call.
And Tonka,
You bluffed it that time.
9-5.
Flush
there.
draw,
I mean,
flush
you do have a, no spade, but you do have a gutter.
Olivier,
Can't
do
give
you have
free
a tell
information
when
that time. You still owe me one. So.
I still owe you.
Go ahead.
when
You
Phil
still
puts
owe
his
me one
hands
for, like,
up against
10
his
big
mouth,
blinds.
kind of like that? You know that move where
For
he
a
does
pot
this?
like that.
I do, yep.
Yes.
that a
Slightly
tell?
bigger. Anything.
Slightly bigger.
Slightly bigger.
Agree.
I doubt Phil's giving much away with that move. He's probably doing it when he has good hands and bad hands, and it's hard to like tell the difference. But
Yes, Schust in the chats. I will adopt you.
maybe you could like do an analysis of Phil and like all the times that he does that move and see if he's bluffing or not.
I will, dude. I definitely have the time to kind of break that down.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Phil limped it again. Not taking a stab here on this board. Tonka with just like nothing here. The 9 deuce off. He does have the deuce of spades. And Phil waiting to get 2 checks before taking a stab with this hand. Not a totally unreasonable strategy.
Yo, chat. Let me know. Has Philly Hellmuth had a classic Philly temper tantrum so far? Has he had a blow up? This is like a weird thing where I'm technically commentating, but I'm asking you guys for information. It's kind of cool how that works. Did someone
You
just
know what you
post
have?
nipples in the chat?
27, 28.
Is there zero table four?
30, I think.
30.
Maybe 29. 28, 29, 30, something like that.
Okay.
You hand quad jacks with a 7.
Check.
Can't do here yet.
Wow, big flop here for Tonka. And Hellmuth with the top pair. This could get interesting.
Walk it up.
Decent sized bet here too, 2,200.
Would you say 11 outs is a lot of outs or a hell of a lot of outs?
I'd say a hell of a lot. Yeah, hell of a lot.
I agree.
Bit unlucky that they share the 10. Tonka had Jack 3 of hearts, or 9 3 of hearts. That'd be more.
If you guys are going to type outs in the chat, will you please at least use a Z and show some respect?
It's really an unusual like amount of time that Phil is taking for like just one bet.
Ben. 4-8 limit, Ben. Player at 22.
Wow, this is nuts.
Call.
Just like bet the flop, that's all. Wow.
Oh. Oh, snap. This could get fun.
Well, this is a terrible card for Tonka. I mean, you know, now he could be up against a full house. Even if a 3 comes, if Phil has an 8, he's lost. So, like, this could easily go check. I mean, Phil could lead. And, I mean,
8,800.
wow. Overbets the pot here. This is just so annoying if you're Tonka. Like, you flopped huge. And sure, this card came in, it's bad, but, like, you don't expect to get a larger than a pot-sized bet, like, thrown at you out of position here. And you're just, like, so frustrated. You can kind of see it in his face, too.
Would you say it's kind of similar to having 2s on the button, having some jamoke shove all in on you?
Some jamoke. Yeah. I mean, if he does hit a heart, though, and if he calls and he hits a heart, Phil's going to lose it.
Why don't you use that big brain of yours to tell us what kind of pot odds he's getting on this call right here?
I mean, if he bets the pot, he's got a. Oh wow! Oh, that's amazing.
I'm all in.
God.
I call.
Wow.
3/8.
Sick.
Oh, come on.
Oh, here it comes.
What the fuck? He called 8,800 with a fucking 3?
It's my lifelong dream right here, boys.
Mount St. Phil is about to erupt, folks.
To play Phil Hellmuth heads up and get him fucking steamed up, walking around, talking to himself. This is it right here. The goddamn dream.
Are you fucking kidding me? That's why I'm Phil Hellmuth. That's why I'm Phil Hellmuth.
What's that?
Because you have like 5 outs for all the money and call over pot bet. But I did it to you. It's not even your fault.
You white magic me and I got lucky. What can I say?
10, 4, 7.
I think
It's
he has
definitely
20.
more than that.
Sorry. 2,
18,475.
18, 4, 75.
Looks like more than that.
This is 16,
10, 12, 14, 16,
17, 18.
18, 475.
Yeah.
I mean, we could be here for a while.
We could be here. That was white magic. He went to saw the proverbial lady in half, but it was a real lady, and he just cut her in half. That's what happened.
Jesus Christ almighty. What the fuck?
No worries.
Wow, what a bad beat for all the cheddar. Whew. Are you calling it off with a 3, I guess, right? You got to. You can't just call drawing. You weren't just. You didn't put all that money in just drawing, did you? What are the blinds?
Maybe my 3's good. I thought it could be.
500, 1,000, guys. Mine's have gone up. 500, 1,000.
What a fucking beat. That's why I'm Phil Hellmuth. You don't even know it. I'm like, wow. What the fuck kind of beat is that?
How much you got now? 10, 20, 30, like 40 still? Yeah.
It's a good question. Hold on. I'd like to know myself. As you say, I'd like to know myself. 38?
Check.
Well, if you watch the last King of the Hill match, though, we all know Philly Hellmuth can battle back with a very, very short stack.
No, that's true. He's not even really short. I mean, he's down 6-4. It's not even a huge lead.
Maybe he'd even feel more comfortable if he punted off another 20K, get really short, and then he's really in his element.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you know, it's always tough psychologically when you're up a lot. And Phil did have a large lead after the 9s to 6s hand.
Wow, I almost shoved on the flop.
Couldn't have folded then.
I know.
Can fold the turn.
Huh?
I can fold the turn. Of
Well,
course.
You just don't know I have an 8. Like,
I thought there was a chance, of course.
I'm pretty sure you're paying off the river with a 3.
Might
'Cause
do.
I know you watched the video against Jungle Man where I moved on in the river quickly.
Race 2,000.
And
with
and
the
he
with the
folded
queen
trips.
jack.
Yeah. So I was doing the same thing. I knew in your mind you were gonna, and you had a 3. I think you're gonna pay it off. So beautiful the way I play Hogan. God damn. What a beat. Oof. Check.
This is tough to listen to. I mean, it's got to be tough to just like fade this while you're playing him. If he does this tomorrow, like if he wins and does this tomorrow,
Check.
I'm just gonna have to like, I don't know.
This is actually like a good trial run for you because you get it in your earballs right now. You're building up Phil's stamina.
Phil just has trips here. No problem. Jack deuce.
47. Fuck, what a beat that was. An ugly beat. Wow. Wow, I wasn't sure if you were even drawing live. Because like, the way I played it, you have to go with an overpair. So I really didn't want a heart or a spade, but I didn't think you'd call $9,000 with a heart draw.
You made me pay the price.
Is there any chance that Tonka's is Phil Hellmuth's son? Just think about it. Just think about it. Go to the Wikipedias, look at the ages. Could Philly Hellmuth have sired Tonka's 25 years ago?
It would have been more exciting if it was all on the flop, right? You would have basically had a heart draw.
You had 10-8 as well, right?
Yeah.
Bad hand for me to be up against. Yeah.
I mean, you're talking to a guy that made Olivier do a piss test. I'll make Phil do a paternity test. Don't even test me.
Race 2,000.
Check.
This has some potential here. This board.
4.
Wow, Phil just leads for the pot here into trips with an open ender. And if a 6 comes, oh my God. 6 would just be crazy. Ugh. Now this is where it gets interesting. Does Phil try to go for this pot? In my experience, in these
Check.
types of spots, Phil's still's given up, and he gives up again.
One Chuck Doug somewhere deep into the casino drinking exactly 1 beer in a very quick manner.
66.
What do you think? Oh my God, Phil, what's happening? Like, what's happening right now, Phil? This is a bluff. Like he's not actually gonna bluff. He's bluffing that he's gonna bluff.
Are you saying 10 high isn't good here?
No, what I'm saying is that he's pretending to do this. He's not actually gonna do it. Yeah, no
I got
chance he
it.
does it.
Oh. That is
Good
the
fold.
reveal button, folks. You guys came for Philly Hellmuth. I came for the reveal button. This is my moment.
What are the blinds?
5-1.
Right.
You gonna pay me for 4?
No, I had 10 high, but
Okay.
I was thinking about check raising you.
Yeah,
That
he
would've
was
been
really
annoying.
thinking, he was really thinking
You
about
called
it.
such a big raise before with a. You called such a big bet before with a draw. I thought maybe you just did it again.
Huh? Take a break if we want. I mean, up to Phil. I'm good without.
What's
I'm
your
happy
what's
to
your
play.
Twitter feed like? What kind of stuff are you tweeting out?
It's just like babes, beers,
Oh yeah,
bros.
babes, beers, and bros.
Just kind of the three
I think we're
Bs,
good to
dude.
play, right?
Yeah, that's cool.
And get some Busquets on there, too.
Yeah,
dude.
all right.
You
Yeah.
can take a
The
5-minute
4 Bs.
break or something, whatever.
Yeah, up to you, man.
I don't care.
Look at
Phil,
these.
Phil with the real cash ace queen.
You guys are getting to enjoy the vocal stylings of two of the greatest no-limit heads-up poker players of our generation. So why don't you guys just sit back, pop another Funyun in your mouth, and enjoy your evening in your Spider-Man pajamas.
45?
Tough to fold once you river a queen. What would you do here with Queen 4, Manz?
Queen 4, dude, is just kind of an auto shove for me.
Auto shove?
I got another big one, Phil.
I mean, you do block pocket queens, ace queen, and the wheel. So I mean, it seems like a reasonable shove here.
That's right. I mean, that's kind of what went into my thought process was I have the queen blockers. It's an
Yeah.
obvious shove.
Right? Yeah, yeah.
I like to balance my range.
That's good. Sounds like a pretty sound strategy. Get some discipline, Tonka. Let it go. You bet more than the pot. Come on, buddy.
Oh.
Phil getting paid off.
I was the #1 candidate.
How can that be the #1 candidate when you have a queen?
I don't know, but that candidate
Ay.
got elected to
That's a bad
office.
river.
Unfamiliar with a high-level troll from my Twitter.
I missed it.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the troll.
Chat, let us know, is Manz and Olivier the greatest commentator duo of all time? 1 for yes, 2 also for yes. Let us know.
I mean, it's kind of unfair because you're probably a part of the greatest commentary team with whoever your partner is. So I'm just like...
Also, 3 is yes, too. So you guys just got pwned, dude. You guys know what pwned means, right? This feels like an audience that knows what pwned means.
Check.
Wow, look at this. Phil check back 10-9 of diamonds. Or no, Tonka check back 6s. And then spike to set on the turn. Phil with a pair, a gut shot,
8,000.
and a flush draw.
Race, make it 8,000.
Wow. Phil check raised this. He's going to get 3-bet here. This is a small raise. Tonka's not going to give him credit for like randomly 8-9. I think Tonka's going to raise here. Hellmuth's going to have to at least call, and we're going to play a big pot.
I'm just going to kind of.
Oh, he just called. Oh, come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Now he's going to check. Yep, obviously. And you got to stick it to Phil there. You want some iced tea?
Some iced tea, dude. You're trying to pawn off your piss to me? This is like very reminiscent of that 10-3 hand they had where you had the set, then you had the flush draw.
10-7.
So.
Pretty bad card for Phil. I mean, the king of spades, like, there aren't too many worse cards I can think of. I mean, obviously he was already beat, but. There haven't been a lot of opportunities, but I don't remember Tonka making too many big river bluffs. I think he's made a couple river bluffs in some like smaller, medium-sized pots, but you know it's hard because in this format you don't see that many big pots, you don't get that many opportunities. But I don't remember Tonka really going for it in too many huge pots. That might actually make sense against Phil because Phil has made some pretty light call downs, but there's always that back and forth. Shout out to Ryan Meese in the house.
But Ryan Meese, dude, wink twice if you're the real Ryan Meese. We don't know if we're getting catfish, bro.
Wow. And he gets called. Wow.
Let's all call him Call Station Philly Hellmuth. Hashtag Call Station Philly Hellmuth.
Lucky river for you.
That was lucky river for me. Well, you had a one-outer on the turn.
A one-outer.
One.
You got 2 pair with the 6. That's what I'm saying. Good river. You don't bet it.
One fucking out. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is going on here? You got him drawing dead. Half the fucking hands, he's just dead, 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 dead. Raises every fucking button. Gets all these weird, bad spots like all the rest of them against me.
Did we just lose our audio there? I promise you guys I'm not talking over Philly Hellmuth. We have a Mount St. Phil situation and we just went mute. Maybe Phil is on such a tirade right now that the language is so foul that Poker Night in America has had to cut it from the stream. They're taking a break.
Wow.
They're taking a break.
Phil just like decided on his own to take a break. That's
anyone
white magic right there.
That's why magic.
Yeah.
Does anyone work around here? We got Doug Polk's on break. We got Philly Hellmuth on
Looks
break.
like it's just me and you, buddy.
It's just you and me holding it down, and the chat who just loves us so much. So you guys are just stuck with us now. Doug Polks has vanished. He's practicing his chugging techniques somewhere. I gotta piss like a racehorse, but I'm gonna
keep downing Miller Lights every 5 minutes.
Dude, Olivier, how many Miller Lights have you seen me down?
I don't know, like 17.
That's right, dude. I'll tell you one thing right now, though, Chad. If one of you even thinks of dropping off this stream, I swear to God, I will hunt you down and I will slap you silly. You're going to stay right here. You're going to listen to me talk, and you're going to fucking love it, all right? How you doing, dude?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Okay, you've commentated with both Dougie Polks and Pete Manzinelli.
Yeah.
Who is the better commentator partner?
I would say, you know, you're a bit funnier than Doug. I mean, Doug's got some humor, but you're a bit funnier. I would say Doug's a little stronger on the actual poker strategy side. Not I don't want to, you know, I don't want to hurt your feelings or anything. Doug's been doing this for a long time. You know, at one point in time, Doug was pretty elite. So it's I got to give Doug the edge in the poker strategy department.
5-1, so 6-12 now. I guess. It's a blind increase now, right? Blind's going up now, right?
I don't know. Sometimes I just take breaks because
Just randomly.
for camera.
Oh, okay.
Did they say they're ready yet? Are they talking to you?
Yeah, we good to go?
I don't think they're ready yet.
Probably 30 seconds.
What? What? What do you want about Nick? That's it, baby.
God damn. Oh,
You're still steamed up after the break?
dude, you've hit some incredible cards for all the chips. But that's all right. That's what I do to people.
What are the blinds?
6-12.
I make them put their money in weak. That's what I do every day. God.
I don't know. Feels like you put a lot in on that last hand. Pretty dead.
Well, you thought I was dead?
On the river, you certainly were.
I was on the river. Thought I'd check raise you with a hand that couldn't beat, that I didn't have a bajillion outs.
I mean, you either had 2 pair or some big combo draw.
$12. I needed an 8 or a diamond, I guess. As it turned out, I needed an 8 or a diamond against you.
Player in, 5-5, no limit.
That was a spiffy little 6 because you had 1 out on the return.
Anyone else would like to play 5-5, no limit?
A very fortunate 6.
I check. $37.
All right, guys, just me for a couple minutes. We're going to try to talk some poker here. Looks like Tonka raised it up here and bet the flop. Wait, no, I don't know what happened here. Came in too late, sorry. But Phil put in a bet here. Queen 5 off on the ace 9-9 board, takes it down.
Yeah, I could have folded for 10-7 on the river there. I was just frustrated that I miss, maybe.
A little bit of self-awareness and honesty from Phil there. I think everyone who plays poker knows that feeling.
I felt like I had you on the flop, which I did. Still should have been able to get away.
TonkaaaP flopping Phil here with Queen 5 off, hitting second pair. Phil checking back the ace high without the backdoor.
14.
And Phil taking a shot here on the turn after Tonka checked. Not a huge fan of this hand to choose to bet the turn with. Tonka obviously not going away after checking twice and having second pair, weak kicker. And my guess is Phil will give up if he does not hit an ace here.
Ace.
Queen.
Yeah. I actually think if you want to get a bet in with ace-7 there, you're better off checking and then calling a river bet. Because at least you can call and pick off some bluffs from Tonka. In that particular case, you still would have lost, but you end up strengthening your opponent's range when you bet. And with that particular hand, you want to keep your opponent's weak hands in, because that's the only way you can make money. Tonka raising it up with the queen 3 off, and Phil with a dominating queen. All in with queen 10. So Phil's all in for 25K. What are the blinds? 6 and 12? Is that 20 blinds? Not my first hand to pick to jam for 20 blinds. I mean, it's definitely reasonable. I think it'll make money in the long run, but I think it'll make more money just calling. And you can pick some other hands that don't play as well post-flop, but have similar all-in equity versus calling range. A hand like maybe ace-deuce off, pocket threes. Even a hand like 8-5 suited. Queen-jack suited for Phil. He limps in. At this stack, definitely it's a reasonable
14.
play, though I think raising would be fine too. Big flop here for Phil. Tonka with a reasonable hand here. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush with the 10 of clubs. Would not mind a float. We do see a call here from Tonka. And an interesting card. Tonka hitting a 10. Phil still with top pair. 2 flush draws. Bunch of straight draws. Phil likely to bet and probably relatively big. He does bet almost 80% of the pot here. Tonka clearly cannot fold now. If you call the flop, king 10 and turn it 10.
How much you got back there, Phil?
Almost as good
20.
a card as it can
Exactly 20 almost.
get. Exactly 20, almost.
Exactly 20. You heard the man.
Manz is back, as you guys can hear.
He's back. The chat was wondering where I went. I'm back. I'm here for you. I know you're excited. I'm excited to give you hard-hitting analysis.
Tonka does call 7 of spades on the river, so most draws miss. The 8-9 does get there. Phil likely to feel comfortable enough to continue betting, and Tonka going to be in a spot on the river for sure. King of Hearts, relevant card. I mean, not because it's the kicker, because you don't expect Phil to bet a 10 on the river, though he might, but also because it blocks some of Phil's bluffing, potential bluffing range, even though Phil hasn't shown to be bluffing in this type of spot very often. Some potential hands are straight draws, like King 9 or King Queen, and flush draws, like the King of Hearts with another heart. Wow.
14,000.
Phil going for it. 14,000 is a large bet. Wow, and just get snap called. And Tonka just paying off Phil once again. Didn't really think about it too long. And really getting value town there by Phil.
Cooler.
Is that a cooler? Busquets?
No, that's absolutely not a cooler. I'm not saying that Tonka needs to fold that hand. I think it's definitely a tough spot. I think
Even match.
It's a nice bet from Phil, a nice hand overall from Phil. Able to recognize that he has the best hand, able to really maximize his value.
Are we taking a long time?
So, you know, credit to Phil there.
Oh.
But a bit
I thought
unlucky
you meant
for
like
Tonka to, you know,
decisions. It's
fold
we're
to
even
flop,
at 6-12.
turn at 10.
We're hearing Dougie Pokes on the stream. Commentating
Folded your first button?
from the Phil.
No. I folded another one in this game.
You did? When?
Yeah.
Which match?
This match.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you must have been short.
No.
Player in number 19.
It was early.
5-5.
The chat's wondering if we could get a one-chug Olivier going.
Not a big drinker.
Not a big drinker.
Not a
okay.
big drinker.
What if it was like
What an
Phil
unlucky
Hellmuth
turn
approved
card.
tomato soup or something?
Maybe. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe.
okay.
The
All right,
10?
Shannon, can we get this guy a tomato soup?
Yep.
You had ace 10 high or something? That
Phil
was
just
unlucky
called
then.
ace 10. He just, I think he just called his hand ace 10 when it was king 10. I mean, that's
Is he lying?
that's impressive. I mean, you gotta give Phil some credit. It's hard. Some people don't want to, and I'm in the past have been one of those people at times, but I think Phil, you know, showing a bit of impressive intuition in hand reading.
Frosty Nug Farms. You are correct. This is the 4th game. They're doing a best-of-7 series. Everybody buckle up. Get your pot of coffee brewing. We will be here for the next 16 hours straight.
And after that, you know, a bit oddly played hand with the 10-9 of diamonds when Phil paid off the river. With that
6-12.
queen-jack hand, he, you know, even though he limped in, he won a huge pot, and they're basically even.
You put on a fabulous show. They should be happy.
They should be.
I think Tonka still should have,
And I'm sure they are.
I think, an edge, especially at these stack depths. Tonka, a lot of experience playing shallow, maybe not necessarily heads up, but in
Check.
general, playing the hyper sit and goes. I think he needs to be a bit careful calling off versus Phil on the river, but overall, I still think Tonka will be much more comfortable at shallow stack depths than Phil.
Would you say this is a hashtag good flop for Phil?
Yeah, I mean, Phil again with a monster, top 2. Tonka, though, likely not to get into too much trouble unless Phil just calls
I
and
raise.
he hits. Wow, yeah. Well, Tonka probably not going to do anything fancy now, I
7.
would guess. Just a backdoor straight draw, not even an overcard to the board, no backdoor flush draw, and he does let go. And I think with that hand from Phil, I think you can kind of play it either way. I think you can try to trap, or, you know, try to get some extra money in. And Phil takes a small lead. Remember, if they get all in and Phil wins, that's it. 2-0, match over. That's me and Phil tomorrow.
Would you say I could get my broom ready again if that were to happen?
2 sweeps, that's not what you'd have expected at the beginning of the day. But of course, the lead is minuscule. They're pretty much even. And I think Phil limping in, though it does have some advantages as a strategy, I think overall will prove a bit difficult to maximize his positional advantage because the pots are just smaller.
Check.
Thugarish. Calling me an internet nerd. Dangerous game, my friend. Dangerous game.
I would like to watch you fight Olivier. I am sitting next to a man, and I can assure you I'm staring at his biceps, and if he is a nerd, he is a very well-equipped nerd that would snap you in half. So maybe rethink that position.
And Phil rivering trips, really making some good hands. I mean, let's be real. Tonka in a spot here where he just beats nothing. I mean, no normally played hand. Now, Phil does, you know, sometimes play some weird hands. And Tonka has paid off some rivers that it didn't necessarily have to pay off in every spot. But this just looks, you know, especially when Phil limps. I mean, Phil's limping a bunch of hands that are just right all
Every
over
river
this
I
type
called,
of
I've been
board.
wrong so far. I don't know how many you bluffed.
Man, this is, I really am not a fan of this call, if he calls. Yeah, okay, good.
Every river I
Olivier,
called was
only-
wrong. You had it every time. And that time you probably didn't.
Kind of a overly self-deprecating, like, negative attitude from Tonka. I don't like it.
I know.
I don't like it. He's got to have more confidence. Even if he's got internal confidence, I think he's got to project it a bit more. I think Phil responds a lot to body language and some of these
You're saying you want
subtle clues.
You want
some of
Tonkas
these-
to act a little bit more, do a little more of a
Just-
show.
Not even so much, but just like, I don't know, have a bit more self-confidence and
Check.
yeah, I think he would be better off, and it would affect Phil a bit. Big turn card for Tonka here. Open ender and a flush draw now. Phil with just ace high. Expect Tonka to call a bet at the very least if Phil bets, or bet if Phil checks. Phil does check.
85.
And Tonka puts in a big bet there. Regains the chip lead. Does Tonka on that pot.
Just a reminder, if you are going to spell the word outs in the chat, please use a Z. Thank you for this PSA from the Manz.
Jay Reno 187. What was my diet when I fought that guy? My diet was mostly eggs, bacon, oatmeal, Chipotle, and sushi.
Is that a burrito bowl at Chipotle?
Call.
Yeah. I mean, no burrito, just the bowl, but yeah. Yeah.
You go with the chicken, the steak.
I went with the steak until the last couple weeks where I was trying to lose a bit of weight, and then I changed to the chicken.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you get scared off by that? Yeah, we're going to order some beer. Yeah, can I get a Miller Lite? Yeah. Yeah, one sec. Let me grab you. Let me grab my money.
Tonka putting a bit of a
Getting
streak
into it
together,
now.
putting a couple hands.
Yeah. Lines are up. Did we start at 1 and 2? No, 153.
153.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's a long one.
Blinds are up. They're at 8 and 16.
The fans want a third, though, so. Even the Phil Hellmuth fans want to
Which
see
means
No,
we're
no, the
effectively
fans
playing
want it to
about
end.
30 big blinds. So,
Fans want
you
me to
know,
win at this
any,
hand or something.
Any two
This
reasonable
hand?
hands could
Or next hand or whatever.
potentially get all in. It's like Doug is back here.
I don't have aces.
Doug, you want to pick? You want to pick the Manz or me?
You can have anything else?
No hard feelings. Let's do it.
Yo, I'm seating my chair to Dougie Polk's. Enjoy the super dry, methodical, analytical commentary, you savages.
Thank you. What's up?
Check.
We're good. We are good to go. All right, what's up, guys? Doug Polk here. Back. Got a little nourishment. Needed that. I need a little break, a little breather.
You feeling good? You look good.
Thank you.
Sure, good.
Thank you. So,
Check.
I
Check.
can't help but
Queen.
notice this match is still going on.
Yeah, there have been some interesting hands, for sure, some interesting hands.
Looks like pretty even right now.
Yeah, it's almost exactly even. There was one hand where Tonka had 10-3 of hearts versus Phil's 10-8. It came 8-3-4
Very
with
tricky
2
limp. It could have
hearts.
ended if it came 8 high there.
Check bet call. Phil turned trips with an
I would
8.
not have put you on
Leads
ace
for
eight.
like a little over pot.
Match
After
could have
taking,
been
like,
over.
Crazy long time on the flop.
That'd be
call.
nice.
Tonka calls. River Jack of hearts. Phil jams.
That would
Obviously Tonka
be
calls
nice.
the doubles and Phil loses it.
He was not a happy camper about
No.
it.
They played a couple interesting pots back and forth, and
Yes,
here we
sir.
are.
Yes, sir.
Call.
This has to be pretty good for you. You know, you're getting a good
It's fantastic. I gotta tell you, it's
a
I mean,
good look into what's going to be happening tomorrow.
yeah, I mean, I'm not as sure about like Tonka. You know, like I could see Tonka playing one way versus Phil, and then trying to play a bit differently versus me, or
versus
versus like if he was playing someone else. But
I know what you mean.
3,000?
yeah, but in general, I think it's can't really hurt.
Always good to have more info.
Yeah. Though I remember there was a time when I would like play online, and if like somebody that I knew had more experience with someone that I was playing and give me like their reads, sometimes I would just like screw that up. I'm just
Yeah.
like I don't know what I'm doing. Like
Yeah, it's always tough when
go
someone,
overboard.
when someone tells you what their reads are, because usually they're not qualified well. Like,
Sure.
he does this. It's like, okay, but like how much, and like
Yeah, yeah,
how
yeah.
often did you see that? And
32.
although sometimes even if someone just played one hand and they tell you the hand, it can say a lot.
That's true.
Sometimes. I was talking about it earlier on the stream, but you know, we did a little battling, a little heads up syndrome, not too much,
Oh yeah, a little bit.
but we did like a little.
You came into the Heads of Sin Go Streets for a little while.
Yeah, like half a year or so or something.
Yeah.
Wasn't for me though. I didn't like it.
It's a bit brutal, isn't it?
Well,
Bit repetitive.
I got wrecked. You know, mainly through just losing all ins and stuff. Just like ran Super Grinder EV, but
Yeah.
I also just didn't really enjoy it that much.
Yeah, that's a common thing people say, especially coming from playing Heads of Cash, where you're
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
so much deeper and so many more interesting spots. And
Firing up 4 tables and battling people is probably my favorite poker experience I've ever had.
in cash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because just like the realm for adjustments, and like especially when it was less, we knew less about kind of where the state of the game was at, and like what plays were for sure good or for sure bad.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And there was a lot more styles, you know?
Right.
Just like
right.
firing up a match, just foretailing someone who had like a style and you had your style, and like just kind of duking it out. Like that's probably my most fond poker memory. Just like, you know, blasting some
Queen.
hip hop, taking it to the streets. There you go. Busquet greater than Polk, all forms of poker. Thanks, man. Good to be back here on the stream. Thank you. Luckily for you, I will be doing the talking tomorrow, and Busquet will be doing the playing. So we announced the lineup for King of the Hill 3. I don't know if you heard it or not.
I heard. I mean, my boy's playing, right? Dan
Your
is
boy,
playing. Yeah.
he's one of your best friends, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Dan is playing.
I have to say, I would love to see a Coleman Busquet match.
Check.
It'd be fun.
Somebody's going to have to win.
Yeah. Yeah. I got a text message and it was like, "Do you think Dan would be interested in playing King of the Hill?"
Check.
I was like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would." Let me pass on his info.
This has to be something that Dan would especially enjoy, you know. I mean, I know he likes higher stakes stuff in general, But on top of it, the fact that it's like
pretty high stakes.
a heads-up sit-and-go tournament.
It's pretty high stakes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is clearly high stakes.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not, you know, as balling as Coleman is after the last couple of years, but you know, it's a healthy buy-in.
He needs something to distract him from his crypto grind anyway.
I know, he's been deep in that game for sure. All right, so Tonka here in the turn, got a gutter.
Couple gutters here.
Check. Well, how many fire? I don't think he's going to.
I mean,
28.
honestly, out of all of the spots that Phil hasn't fired, like this is clearly the spot where his opponent has the weakest hand, I think, of all of them.
Right, for sure.
And maybe that's a coincidence, but it's
It also kind of feels the most natural to bet here when they bet flop check turn.
that's true.
Because it just feels like they don't have very much, and like it's more clear you can't win if it goes check check.
That's true.
Or you're unlikely to win if it goes check check. So yeah. Lines like this where you have wide ranges and your opponent shows some weakness, I feel like they're some of the most obvious bluff spots in poker, you know?
Sure. And Tonka a bit frustrated with that fold, looked like. I think he would have preferred to try to take the pot on the turn.
Almost raised you on the end there.
It's Maya button, right?
Yeah.
Not a particularly credible raise, I don't think.
Ooh.
Also
Almost
not
made the old 9-10 high raise, maybe.
Not a particularly credible sentence because he didn't really even think about it.
Well, there was one spot where Phil
You
had
call
done
with
something.
your seven?
There was a similar spot where
Can't
Phil was
say.
like
I'll ask, I want to
clearly
have
not going to raise.
Right,
But he
right,
like took out the, you know how some people do that? Take out the chips, play with them in front of you. And it's like,
So
you're
I'll
never
answer that one
raising,
later.
bro, you know?
I enjoy that.
Yeah, he like bluffed the bluff, you know?
I see, yeah. Like when someone says they almost did something, I think you can pretty clearly like look at that and see if like they're telling the truth or not. Like for example, earlier today, there was a hand where you called note with 8-3 of hearts, and the flop came 5-5-4 with a heart,
18.
and you checked in deep bet.
Yeah.
And like I was just like talking on the stream, I was like, well, you know, here's the thing, like you could work this into your raise range, but you already have like flush draws and straight draws. So if you go too crazy with these backdoor hands, you might bluff too much. So like it's definitely, you know, reasonable to kind of go either way with this one. And you thought for a while and you folded, and then you're like, I'm thinking about raising. There I'm like, okay, pretty clearly the guy's thinking about raising.
Right.
You took like, you
Sure.
know, 15, 20 seconds and folded.
Backers.
But when someone just like immediately folds to the bet and then tells their opponent, oh yeah, I was thinking about raising.
Wasn't there a spot when Sean did that to me, where Sean was like,
Yeah.
oh, I almost raised you? And I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
you
yeah.
folded before I bet.
Yeah, not too credible.
Yeah.
So
32.
this is going to be a best 2 out of
It's not
3
it.
tonight. We don't know how late it will run, but we are here. It has been 6.5 hours, and we're still just in round 2.
Yeah, I mean, we're about halfway into 8-16, so, I mean, this match could end really at any point. You know, we're like 30 blinds deep. And even though Phil, you know, extends the match time on average by limping more than most players, at this depth, I mean, we could just, doesn't take, the threshold for a cooler is just lower
Call.
than it's been.
Yes, like a cooler, quote unquote, can be like 4s running into like ace jack.
Yeah, or on the flop,
One more.
like
Like
A
10
flush draw versus top pair or
and
something.
10-4, and the flop comes like 10-4 deuce. Something like that.
Yeah.
No, it's his button.
Yeah,
What
my
are your
bad.
thoughts on Deep's turn shove in that hand?
Yeah, check.
Yeah, I don't see much upside to jamming.
Thanks.
Yeah. He said he misread his hand. He thought he was suited. I guess he went to open with 10-5 off.
Not really the most relevant.
No, it's true, but just
Sure, but I mean, he would open 10-6, right?
All right.
Stuff
This
like
one.
That's just so whatever.
yeah.
This one
Here we
could
go.
be
What's
it.
this one? What's this one, Tonka?
I'm just gonna say that every hand until
Has
it's
he been
it.
saying that a bunch?
32.
Say what? Sorry.
This one could be it.
I don't think so.
He's just mixing it up,
Yeah, he's.
balancing his talk range here.
Yeah, I guess so.
It is kind of interesting here too when you think about it because, you know, we're even here in match 2.
25.
But match 1 was just.
Did Phil just lead? Sorry. Phil just call that raise and lead? He's a gangster. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think Tonka's going to call. Kind of interesting pot developing. But you know, we're like, you know, a couple hours in this match now, 2 or 3 hours in this match, and
5,500.
anyway, so we're a few hours in this match, 2 or 3 hours in this match, and you know, the
That one
first
could have been it.
round ended just a straight flip.
Would you have called a re-raise before the flop?
Right,
No.
sure.
Full stack, basically.
He
for
had
both
big
players.
hands.
So really, in terms of like skill edge, like, you know, how much money is won in, like, you know, the non-showdown pots, the small pots, the not all-ins. I mean, they're basically even other than
Call.
that one hand. You know, I think Phil might have had a slight lead in that match with the all-in.
Yeah, Phil has gotten. He got some, I think, you know, pretty significant value with the 9s.
Right.
There was another hand where he limped Queen Jack suited, came Jack 4 deuce, I think,
2,000.
2 clubs. Check bet call against King of Hearts, 10 of clubs. Turn 10, check 80% call. River 7 offsuit, check like just over pot, snap call, which is impressive value for
Wow,
Phil.
that's solid value. He really.
Yep.
Now we might be able
Yep.
to end it in one hand for the good guys.
And that was like, you know, Phil was
For me, indeed.
relatively short.
I think I
he
have-
had
I
like
might have
lived
you
in
covered
a bit
just
over
barely.
20 big blinds.
Oh,
good
wow.
So he
Yeah,
almost
yeah.
doubled fully.
Oh, we got
I'm
some
definitely
aces
the
here, by
good
the way.
guys in this
Wow.
scenario, for what it's worth.
Really?
Most definitely. 32.
Interesting fact, this is actually my favorite hand. Everyone has his favorite hand, to each their own. Me, I'm kind of a classic aces sort of guy.
I'm always a good guy.
Have you done well with aces?
I haven't
Check.
checked, but I think so. It feels like I have.
Okay, I don't mean have you checked your database, but I mean like, are there some like outstanding live
Trap
spots?
here, by the way. Got oh, not gonna really.
I like this check back. What about you?
Yeah, I like it a lot too. Block a bunch of calls.
Yeah,
You know, essentially you got the value.
it's almost impossible to get drawn out.
Oh my God! This might work out?
8,500?
Wow.
Oh my God! He just got him.
Wow.
He just got him here. He's got Phil on the hook.
Wow.
I wonder what Phil is putting Tonka
Take
on.
your time if you're Tonka.
Definitely.
Oh, this is so fast.
I think in spots like this, you just always take your time because it's a bigger situation, especially when it's a weird spot. You just kind of have to balance it, you know.
Wow.
Now this river is a lot worse for Still than many people, because I think the traditional style is basically never going to have a 7 here on that check raise. But
Check.
we have seen a lot of thin raises from Phil kind of across the board.
Tonka just praying that Phil has a 9, but Phil just has 6 high, and this is going to go bet fold.
It would be one of the most gangster moves of all time if he just check raised him all in here with the 6-4. It'd be one for the
Do you
books.
think it would work?
I mean,
I don't think it would.
I don't know, man.
Nine.
He could definitely have a 7.
That check the river?
No, I'm talking about Tonka.
That may have been a bluff. That was too big to ask. You still owe me one.
That was definitely too big to ask. You probably got to wait till the next match, to be honest.
Next match. There might not be a next match.
Oh, there'll be a next match.
Really?
I fucking hope so.
I hope not.
I'm going to be real sad if I lose a flip and then we play for this long.
Dude, you
And you just
were
white
supposed to go.
magic me.
You 10-3 to hurts me a long time ago.
I also like that when Phil complains about hands, his opponent never responds by saying, "Oh, well, you did this." You just let it slide because you're like, it's Phil. You know.
Yeah.
No matter what happened, he's gonna complain about a hand or two. So you just don't even really like give it any legs. Like, do you think in his head he realizes, hey, I want to flip to win the first match, so I'm like lucky to be here? Or is it like that was skill, and then you hit that bullshit flush against me, and that's the reason I haven't ended this?
I don't think it's so much that that was skill, but it's just that like he realizes it without giving it the appropriate weight.
Right. Okay. That's
You know
fair.
what I mean?
Yeah.
He just like
Well, it's actually it's always easy to brush off wins. It's always easy to like.
sure. Yeah, I mean, I think we all do it to an extent. It's just like some people try to mitigate those biases,
yeah.
and some people allow them to dominate. And I think it's particularly jarring in the poker community because so many of, I mean, I don't want to say like us, but so many members of the professional community make it like a point of pride to try to not let these different forms of cognitive bias like influence their thinking.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's like when you see someone in the community that seems
You've
to
been
not
playing most of your big blinds.
make an effort or not even care about it, it's
Because
like
you raise every hand, so.
it's particularly kind of
But I
disconcerting.
folded 9-3, 9-3, and deuce 3, unfortunately.
Totally agree with you. Poker's been kind of funny for me because, you know, when I played small to mid stakes, for a particularly long stretch of time.
Suit check. Check.
I ran way under EV. And I feel like it kind of got to me a little bit where I was aware of it. You know, obviously I played only online, so I could see it. And like, it just kind of got to a point where I started to feel like I was going to lose because it was almost outside of my control. And
Yeah, I mean, and that's a feeling that I think so many people have had. But at the same time, people get to that feeling after different, like...
Honey, I'm on global television playing a match.
yeah.
So, like,
for
when
sure.
you do get there, it's like, it's because it's been so much over so much period of time.
Well, it really worked out because...
I mean, if I lose 3 hands in a row, I'm there already after 10 years, you know?
Yeah. There was definitely a comment you made when Deep called with fives. You made a little bit of a sassy river comment.
Did I?
Yeah.
Wow, I must have not
Yeah,
realized. Picked up on that.
The guys in the chat, if you guys were there for the little sass in the chat.
What was my sass?
You said like, good call, good hand, or something like that. But it was like
3,000.
clearly.
Oh, that's so funny. I was not being sassy at all.
I
promise you that
I'm
was being
not
genuine.
buying
When
it.
I had the 8-10 of clubs, I promise you I was not being sassy.
I am not buying it.
I
I
promise.
sat right here and watched it, so
I remember that exactly. Oh my God, I can't believe that. That's so funny. I really was not. I did not mean that like in a way like that.
it didn't come across like that.
I can see that. I can see that.
But anyway, at some point, I realized that like I had to put it behind me
Deuces.
and just not focus on it, you know.
Sure.
And a really funny thing happened once I did that.
Tight
I started
check.
playing better, and I also started running.
Sure.
I feel like you had
way
to check
better.
that one.
Like
Against
through
me.
my nosebleeds, like poker career, I
could
just
bet
have run
that, though.
just so
Very
good.
That's
tight.
a little
Very
tight.
tight check.
So pure.
All right. I'll give you credit.
Pretty
for
rare
that
that
check.
someone acknowledges that, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, you don't really see people make that type of acknowledgement.
I mean, I just take a step back, and it's not to say I didn't play well. Like I think I did play well.
Obviously.
But I won the one drop this year.
Yeah. Oh,
you
so
know,
you're including live
I'm
poker?
including tournaments,
Oh,
for
okay.
sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that. Yeah. I mean, I think that's. Yeah. That's.
But also in cash to some extent as well. I mean, just in general.
That's so funny, man. I really didn't mean to be sassy. Like I just wouldn't do. I'm not. I can be a real dick, you know. But like in that scenario.
3,000.
Do you feel like you
Do
control?
you think that was a river bet, by the way?
with eights?
No, with the 10-8 of clubs, my hand. When we're
Oh
talking
no,
about.
I like how you played it.
Okay.
Got a little pair over pair action here, by the way. Tonka's got Hellmuth out kicked. Queen of the turn.
How is there 10K in this spot?
Because the blinds are huge.
7,000.
And there was a flop bet, right? Or was there even? Might have been.
Oh,
check,
yeah,
check.
wait. What are the blinds?
The blinds are 1K, 2K right now. The blinds are massive.
Sick. There's 17K. Oh, Phil keeps betting this hand. That's why.
Hellmuth is he's gonna have some trouble here.
I think Phil bet 3K on the flop. That's how they got to 10, and then he's.
Oh, I'm
betting
sorry. It was a
7.
limped pot.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Interesting. Tonka thinks he's got a call here in the turn.
And now it's gonna go check. Yeah. Oh, but they're gonna chop. Disappointing.
3.
Chop it.
That's a bit frustrating for Tonka.
Yeah.
24K in the middle.
Yeah, it's a lot.
That's a quarter of the chips in play almost.
It's a lot of the chips.
That's a lot of the
Oh,
chips
I
in
thought
play.
maybe you had a king.
Me too.
What?
Yeah. Normally, when I put my opponent on top pair, I check.
Yeah, you do.
But I also don't often put them on one hand like that. So it's kind of a blessing and a curse, so to speak.
In fairness to Phil, though, he might have put him on a king after he had called the 7K.
Right.
You know, which is why he checked.
And your
the river.
your hands are kind of tied there because there's really no way around betting the 7K on the turn, you know, and then knowing you're behind when they call. So that's definitely not where you want to be. I mean, it just plays itself really.
Doug's deadpan, second to none.
There's some good deadpan out there, especially in the poker community.
Yeah,
There's a lot of good guys.
Competitive environment.
Yes, definitely a competitive environment.
Check.
We got a lot of personalities at poker. We got
do.
a lot of interesting people.
I've spent the last almost 4 weeks with Sam Grafton. He
Nice.
came
Yeah.
and stayed with me, and he is, man, he's like
4,000.
a lot of personality.
He's a funny dude, though.
He's amazing. Yeah.
Some of his tweets are amazing.
Yeah.
All right, so we got to check back on the flop call turn from Tonka. I actually like this line a lot on these stacks, just because if you bet and get raised, it's just such a disastrous situation for you.
This is going to be interesting.
Well, can it really be that interesting? Isn't this just a very clear bet for Tonka?
Yeah, but what's Phil going to do?
I don't think he can call.
Have you ever watched Phil play poker?
I have actually. I actually have played Phil before.
Have you?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, you were right. Just
Yeah,
snap,
look at
folded.
me,
Look at
me
you.
go, yeah.
Oh, you knew that.
But you know what?
That's a bit surprising.
Who's really to say anything? I mean, I lost to Phil, and here you are sitting in the finals, the king of the hill. So
I mean, I haven't played Phil yet.
I mean, that's
much?
actually a really good point.
At the very least, though, I will have 2 chances. If I lose the first match, it's not over at least.
Who would you rather play right now? Who would you
28?
prefer to play if you had to pick an opponent?
God dang it.
I think Phil,
Finally
but
got a flop.
I don't mean that in a way to disparage his game. I think it's like he's such a
Just had a bad feeling you
character,
hit
like
it harder.
Yeah, I'm
outsized
with you.
person in the poker world. I think it'd be fun and exciting to play him.
I'm all in.
And I am interested in.
Ooh. Limp fold on 15 blinds from the button from Hellmuth with 10-9 suited.
The jam with 6-4 suited. And this, to me, even though it's traditionally a spot where edges are smallest because the stacks are so shallow, this could be a spot where Tonka could really put Phil in some, I mean, depending, right? I mean,
Right.
sometimes
Because
Phil
even
plays
though-
these shallow stacks pretty
I'm
poorly.
trying.
Sometimes he doesn't, but
Sure. Because even though the edge in big blinds is low, in chips it's actually quite high.
Right.
So if you're making like a half big blind mistake or something, you're losing like 1,000 chips, and you only
raised
start with
5,500
50,000. So
more.
they can really
yeah,
add up.
no, that's a perfect.
We have a
explanation.
bottom of range raise here out of the big blind from Hellmuth. Taking it down.
That was a check with that was a limp with Jack 6 suited and a raise with 6 deuce off.
Yeah.
Gangster.
Yeah. Gangster. 3.75 blinds to go.
Why did you coin the term white magic? Where did that come from?
Because it was weird. It's like the world didn't understand when I was talking about reading ability. So like, why didn't you put all your money in with Ace Jack? And I'm like, I read the guy at Ace Queen. And what do you mean you read him? People seriously didn't like. It was weird. And I'm like, wow. To them, it's like white magic. That's how it started. Like, it was unbelievable. Like, I kept saving my stack with hands that everybody else would go broke with, and they kept asking me about it. And I'm like, well, I just knew he had it. What do you mean you knew? I said it's magic, and I didn't want to. Black magic just sounded like too negative, you know, like black magic, you know. So I decided white magic.
All right, well, all magic aside, we're back to playing some poker.
What do you think about that explanation, by the way? You good with that?
I mean, I'm about as good with it as I am with a lot of the things that Phil says.
Okay, fair enough.
It seems like something that could have been said.
So basically, you're giving him credit for being internally consistent.
Yes. Phil Hellmuth is many things, and of it, consistent is certainly part of it.
Okay, there you go.
The man is like, he only has one gear, and that gear is just smooth, straight Phil Hellmuth, just all the time, just constantly. Right? I mean, tell me I'm wrong.
Sure. Hey, I mean, I don't have enough experience, but it seems that way.
Is Phil ever, saying things, and I'm like, yeah, it doesn't really sound like Phil Hellmuth. No, it always sounds like Phil Hellmuth.
Man, look at him trying to realize the equity with the deuce 3 off.
He loves it, man. He loves the deuce 3. He loves the bottom of range.
All in with queen 9 of hearts.
Your best strategy, you should just move in the dark every hand.
Every hand, that's always my strategy. That's always
not
my
bad.
best strategy.
And you'd be 2 or 3 to 1 underdog, but you'll probably be that anyway.
Just overall?
Dude, you'd probably be that anyway, he said.
3 to 1 underdog?
He's confident.
Yeah, I mean,
to win a heads up? Listen, Phil, I know you're the world's greatest.
That's not what
but
I'm
you're
talking
not
about.
that
Honestly, like
looking
at Tonka's body language and stuff, he seems
when we
super
finally
at
get it
home
in,
at this stack depth.
I mean, the guy's played a lot at this stack.
Yeah, totally.
Like, he I think he played primarily 6 max and 9-handed sit and goes.
Yep. And hyper stick.
Damn, he is all in every hand. Whoa.
So this is certainly where he's the most experienced.
Can indeed.
And it looks like he's developed a big lead here.
2 hands.
I wasn't even fully aware that he had this big of a lead. So Phil down to 11 bigs.
I mean, you realize how fast the stacks change, right?
Yep.
The blinds are 1K, 2K.
Yep.
Phil has 23K.
Yeah.
Full 3 hands, you lose like 25% of your stack or something.
Wow. Tonka with ace king suited.
Now this is the time.
I was suited and connected too.
If there is a time.
I was. I was suited and connected, touching.
12-24. 12-24.
Deuce 3 of clubs.
What's that?
I had the deuce 3 of clubs.
No, but how much you have?
Could be exactly 20. Is that right?
What do you think about asking your opponent how much they have? Like, you could just count your own stack.
Yeah, but I will counter that. As the bigger stack, you have so many chips. It's so much more work.
He's moved on like 8 hands
Also,
in a row.
Come on.
Also, and I think this is me you're underestimating. By doing it, you show power.
It's big blind 2,400.
Okay, like about how much? I know it's not very much.
Bro, he moved in 8 hands in a row.
No,
so
you
this is like something you consider.
Dude, we're playing for 50K.
Like
Let us
displays
play.
of dominance.
Yeah,
when you
don't be jealous.
Let us play. Come on.
I'm currently complaining.
Let me just take the kid.
Sure.
I
like yelled at them like, we have lives. Like we have to end this at some point.
I mean, at this point, it looks like it's going to get to a third match.
Call.
I mean, never count out. Never count out Philly Hellmuth. At any point, right when you think it's over, he's just right there and you fold your trips. You could fold
If
check.
it's happened once, it's happened a million times.
I can't. Yeah, at least. Both players brick. I think Hellmuth's gonna take this one down though.
3,000.
You got it.
Phil is not deterred by.
Sick read.
Phil is not deterred by things like
can I get a couple
stack
more?
depth. That like all these, you know, some people they just feel like they have to go with it when they have
That'd be
to,
good.
and
Thank
like Phil has his principles,
Yeah.
and he sticks with them.
He'll never be peer pressured by math.
Right. He's not gonna just be like, oh,
He gave 20
sure,
he gave
like I
20
should
last time.
believe in Nash equilibrium.
Can't be shown up by Phil,
Yeah,
I guess.
sure. Tonka's right here though,
If I
man.
have it. Thank you.
He's right here.
That's all right. Keep it.
Thank you, I appreciate
You don't have to tip at the same level.
No, I will. I don't wanna look cheap.
5 or 10's respectable.
I'm all in.
Whoa. Whoa.
Ooh, it's a king. Okay, I call.
All right. You're a 3-to-1
just thinks-
favorite.
I think he just thinks that Hellmuth's just gonna be too tight.
Well,
But
2-to-1 anyway.
I mean, can't you just limp the 9-4 off?
not if you think your opponent's gonna be too tight.
Your opponent's got to be way too tight.
I'm not defending it. I'm just saying
I know
what
you're not.
I
No,
assume he's
yeah,
doing. I
sure.
wouldn't do this either way.
This is going to be tough. It's going to be tough to win with the 9-4
Yeah,
off.
but there are 9s. Okay.
Yeah, what about now?
20,000.
Now it's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess 20,750, but let me count these. 2, 4, 6. This is 18,000. 20. 20,750.
And just like that, they're almost even.
I mean, that's the thing. It really is anyone's ball game.
Nice call by Phil. King 10 of hearts.
You caught me.
Finally caught you.
And I'm never lucky, so I'm not ever getting there.
I call.
Check.
That was a pretty bold play though with the 9-4. You know, he just had to go with what he thought was the right play, I guess.
3,000.
I think it is pretty likely that Hellmuth is going to call tighter
Tighter than he should.
than he should. Now, I'm not saying that maybe 9-4 off should be in the old Jamaruski range, but I don't know. I don't mind a notch tighter, or notch looser versus someone like that.
Sure. Yeah.
Like what's Nash there? Like jam 9-7, fold 9-6.
I think that's right.
I say this with as certainly not the short stack expert here, but
I think that's right.
so yeah, maybe 9-6 I'm fine with. 9-5 I'm getting like
Yeah, no, 9-6 I would have been fine with.
Would you say you have a similar approach to the way that I approach
Check.
poker in that on the close spots I'll use like some reads, but otherwise you try and play like a pretty theory based game? Or how would you describe yourself?
I would say I am trying to become more and more like that as I develop a more formal theoretical foundation.
Sure.
In the past, I've relied more, and I would say too much on whether it's some combination of intuition or reads or let's just call it emotion.
Okay.
You know.
I mean, you don't have to say let's call it. I mean, it is emotion, so.
Yeah. But emotion is an umbrella term under which there are more
Right.
specific descriptors.
Okay, I'm picking it up.
You picking up what I'm putting down?
Yeah, I'm picking it up.
All right. So we are pretty much even now.
So, by the way, if you're just joining in, if you've been here for this match, which has now gone on for, or for this round of the match, which I think has gone on for 2.5 hours, but I could be wrong. You have effectively wasted 2.5 hours because we are at exactly the same stacks when we started.
There's been a bunch of entertainment.
I mean, you can't deny that.
We've had the Manz a couple times.
I know we did. We definitely had the Manz. We definitely had the Manz.
5 more.
But you know, here we are. We are at starting stacks.
What are we at? 12:24. Yeah, so we're like at 20 bigs. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were asking what time is it. It's actually 12:58.
Oh.
But you meant the blinds.
I meant the blinds.
Yeah.
It's 1 in the morning.
It is 1 in the morning.
Man.
We have not started round 3.
Brutal.
If we get there.
Sounds like you guys need a little bit of a pick-me-up.
Did that get through? I don't know if that got through.
I bet you they heard it.
Yeah, they heard it.
It's time to bring back One Chug Doug.
One Chug Doug. I'm out for that. Someone already yelling One Chug Doug in the chat.
It's your new thing, dude. You gotta live with it.
It's my thing now, Jesus.
Sloth rack. Brutal. Doug, every time I listen to you, I'm confident I've wasted my time.
Ouch, guys. Ouch.
I don't normally read the nasty things people say, but that one was funny. Especially because it's Doug, and like Doug is such such valuable content on a daily basis.
The thing is, though,
That might have been a frustrated bluff there.
Busquet or Manz?
Why does that have to be frustrated?
Okay, guys. If you guys would want a solo commentator here,
good point,
for the next 15 minutes, who you got? 1 in the chat for Busquet, 2 in the chat for me, 3 in the chat for the Manz.
48.
Said in that voice specifically.
I think there's going to be a lot of 2s and some 3s and not a whole lot of 1s.
I don't know, man. Just don't sell yourself short. Look at these 1s. Got some 3s in there. This actually is pretty. Ooh, that stretch of 1s though. That's a lot of 3s, actually. Do you guys like the Manz? Check. Some Manz fans. Some Manz fans.
Player 1, player 26, player 28-4.
Yeah, this is it's a fair fight. It's a fair fight.
What just happened here?
Well,
this is a raise into just a call from Phil with ace deuce. Okay.
One person was dealt pocket 9s. The other person was dealt ace deuce, and we got a
Phil's going to go ballistic here?
Well, he's definitely going to call at least the flop. I think that's certain. After that, the world's his oyster.
Check.
Wow. Scary card. This card scares me when I have 2 9s. And check.
Check.
$13,000.
It's a little big, but you could definitely get it. Sorry, what did he say? 8-4, I think.
Oh, yeah. Fold, Phil.
Easy, he knew.
It's been a long one. Phil just won't die.
Tonka up almost 2-1 now.
Well, it was almost over on that hand right there. I almost called the 84. I could have moved in before the flop also.
Like ace jack or something? Sorry.
Ace jack, wow. He really thinks Phil is like super nitty if he thinks Phil could have ace jack. You think Phil would just call with ace jack? I think Phil would jam ace jack.
You know, there are certain players that you can say things more definitively than others.
That's true. He's a bit erratic.
And I just would not want to get pigeonholed into saying that Phil Wheeler won't do anything.
Fair enough.
So I just couldn't say that.
35.
If you're looking for a reasonable, well thought out response to a question, Doug Polk is your man.
Usually. However, if you don't want to hear, someone say that basically every option works, then I am not your man.
This is pretty interesting if Phil does go for it here. I don't, mind this hand choice, this hand selection.
As long as he doesn't call, I'm actually fine with whatever he wants to do.
But, Tonka not going to go away here with the jack after checking.
14,000.
Oh, man.
I wonder if
Kind of awkward now at call versus jam for Tonka. I think clear call.
No.
Right? Kind of awkward.
Yeah.
Because it's such a weird raise relative to his remaining stack.
I would say, just like from my own point of view, that against Phil in particular, I think this is a relatively clear call. Just because Phil is more likely to have some just like random non-equity hands. And I'm just thinking of that Queen Jack hand against Jungle. It's like,
Yeah. By the way, I think you're completely right. Tonka looks way more comfortable now.
Right?
You can just see, like, he doesn't really need to think too long. He knows like what he's doing. You almost just knocked a bunch of drinks off the table there. That would have been quite bad. Number 10, check.
Jack.
Check.
Yeah. And a bit unlucky.
Fuck. Goddamn motherfucking son of a bitch. Fuck. All those fucking hands I trapped him. Shoot his fucking way out. God damn it.
You hand 14 to the 10.
Back to 20.
God damn it. Fuck. Fuck. All those fucking hands I had him dead. Damn it.
I'm all in.
Twelve, 13, 8.
This is like one of the reasons that Tonka jammed the 9-4.
All right, I
It's because like this is a clear. Okay, well he does call here, but it's a pretty clear call with the Jack 9.
Yeah.
And dominated by the King 9, and this could just be the end of the match here, and we'll go to a third match if Phil doesn't get lucky.
Wow, man. Tonka might do what no man so far in Kickdale has done.
What
Take out Phil Hellmuth. He's got some outs, though.
Nice little deuce.
That is not one of
That
them.
works too.
Fuck. I had the guy dead 4 fucking times.
All right, rubber match.
I mean, fuck, I got him to call 8,800 when he was fucking like... I had him dead 14 times. I had him trapped 13 times for the match. Fuck.
30, 40.
God damn it. What a
30.
fucking joke. If you blow all your chips to me this time, don't get frustrated and stick them in with a flush draw, with one to come.
You guys want to take a 31, 33,
No.
35, 37, 39.
Tonka, you all right? You want to take a break, Tonka?
I'm fine.
Okay, go right up. I'm going to start right up.
48, 49, 50. I'm pretty sure that's right.
Shit. All right, you owe me one. What'd you have that hand when it came a deuce 3-4? king and a mate.
All right, we are back. Our two contestants are chirping
Dude,
at each other because we are headed to a
what
rubber
I had.
match.
I mean, it's fine.
They're going
Have
at
on
it.
the
Please,
phone.
guys, stay clean. Are you guys going to throw blows here? What's
Everybody
going on?
else.
Only
No,
only
like
at you,
this.
Manz. Only
Okay.
at
Like
you.
this. Everybody else
they're
goes
clear.
broke with that hand with ace deuce against your nines, but I had a strong sense you had something big that hand.
It's the white magic.
It's a white magic. Phil, can I interest you in a little light halftime reading? We got the Poker Brat. It's a terrific book. It'll help center you. A lot of great poker tips in here. I learned a lot. I increased my ROI by $100 an hour after I read this book. Can we read you a quick passage, maybe? The Wolf's Den poker game. This is actually the one.
Go to somewhere else.
Somewhere else? Okay, we're gonna go to the photos of his family. This is actually where I really increased the skills in my game, was looking at the photos. Who is this?
You can read the Wolf's Den, I don't care, but
All right,
there's
man,
more interesting stuff.
For this book, you keep flipping the new stuff. Is there anything I can? I'm over the top in defeat. That's very pertinent to what just happened right now. You're striking out whatever page we go to here, Phil.
Oh my God.
Good. All right, check the Poker Brat out. It's at Barnes & Noble's. Phil, do you think you took too long of a break between the first and second match? Is that maybe what threw you off the White Magic mojo?
Threw me off. I mean, I had him down to 20,000. I got him to put in most of his chips on a flush draw when I had trips. It was beautiful.
And then I hit.
Yeah, I mean, he needs a heart, a miracle heart. I think he's going to pay me off because I had it all set up like this hand that came up last month where I'm just going to move in quickly and Jungle Man folded trips. I think he calls me with a 3. I think match is over. But he hit a miracle heart. What can he do?
Well, I see you over there. I see you pacing, and I just want to know, do you have a Fitbit that is actually keeping track of these steps? Because you deserve credit for the pacing.
You're right. I have left my phone here. I'm not getting all the pacing.
Come on,
credits.
dude. You got to get those
I agree
points. You
with
got to
that.
get
Yeah,
those
yeah,
points.
you're
How
right.
are you feeling heading into the rubber match?
Really good, yeah.
Really good.
Phil's steamed up.
He's
you know.
steamed up. Because we've all been monitoring Mount St. Phil, waiting for it to erupt. You've gotten a few. What do we got? We got another one on the horizon?
Absolutely. You know, I'm just gonna hit some more flushes. I'm gonna outplay him on those rivers like I did exactly in that hand. You know, it's just that one was honestly really easy.
Is he still raising 100% of his buttons and continuing 100% on the flop?
It's going to be hard for him to win raising 100% of the buttons. That's what they don't understand. But
You don't
I
understand.
didn't raise 100%.
But we'll see what happens. I mean, you don't understand how much they have to overcome. He actually got hit a lot of flops. I'm pretty sure.
You got really
Yeah.
lucky.
Honestly, that's the only way
so many times.
that I can win.
A rubber match, King of the Hill 2, it's still going. Buckle up, get your Ben & Jerry's pints of ice cream, get your mocha frappuccinos. We're still going, we're still here. King of the Hill 2.
So, that
Phil makes it so hard. Oh.
that happened. Here we go. They're strapping in. They're buckling up.
Have you played at all with Scott?
No. I don't think I've actually ever played one hand with Scott.
Yeah, I've played with him a few times. He's a good guy, humble guy.
Nice.
I like him.
Nice. Yeah, you could really tell it was big for him to take it down. So unfortunately, guys, I've been told that we will not have table audio for the first 10 to 15 minutes. I know you're sad, and I know you're mad, and you want to blame someone, and I'm willing to accept blaming the Manz for all of our problems. Because, frankly, you know, we got to blame somebody, and I didn't mess the audio up. I don't know where Manz was until right now.
I think did he spill a Miller Lite on like some cables and like is that
He
what the
did. He
problem
did.
is?
Also himself.
I'll tell you guys the truth. I had Shannon's number. It fell out of my pocket. It was back in the wires somewhere. I went fishing for it.
You unplugged something, didn't you?
A few things got dislodged. I apologize, but I want you guys to know I found Shannon's number, and that's all that matters right now.
Okay, and did that number happen to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, or no? That wasn't it. Oh, I swear that's what I saw on the paper, but I guess that makes some sense. All right, guys. So we're gonna have to. Well, the good news is this: we're not gonna interrupt them talking. The bad news is, yes, I know, Manz. I have a beer still. Thank you. The bad news is that you're gonna have to. Manz is like trying to get me to drink my beer right now, guys.
One chug, Doug. One sip, Doug. What's
Yeah,
going
one
on?
sip, Doug. I'm not.
Hashtag one sip, Doug, Manz.
I'm not chugging any more beer. Okay, we got a match. Here we go. Queen, Queen 8, Rainbow. Both players with king high.
Hellmuth just potted this board.
That's an interesting play. Now, normally I think you fold here with the king high, but with the king of clubs, it's a little closer.
To a pot size bet?
A little closer still. I would probably let it go, but still a little bit closer. Check on the turn. And I got to say, Hellmuth's betting speed and size, and it kind of reminds me of in the last King of the Hill when we saw him come out of the gate just blasting at the end of the second round, start of the third match.
Against Jungle?
Yeah, where it was just like tons of betting fast, tons of being aggressive, lots of that.
Bit of tilt, maybe?
It could be tilt, I think.
Because it was the same order, right? It was win, lose, win.
Yeah.
So he lost the second match.
Yeah, it
and
could
he lost
be,
it quickly.
Could be a bit of the same. Could be looking at a pretty similar scenario.
And another thing that people have to understand is that this is the kind of thing that, like, overall, like, let's say you change your style a bit,
right?
And you bet bigger, or you bet hands that you wouldn't normally bet, or whatever. It's something that can work. It's not going to work overall long term, but it's going to work if, like, you run into your opponent's, like, bottom end of his range, and it's going to be exposed as a strategy that hurts you when the less oftentimes that your opponent actually has some good hands, and you end up losing many more chips than you needed to or you would have otherwise.
Right. It also works against players that are trying to make adjustments.
Right.
If like oh, Hellmuth is too tied and he's gonna just like play too conservative and he's not gonna bluff. Well then, you might start folding trips.
Yeah, and then bluffing becomes so powerful.
And that's really the danger of getting too caught up in a lot of the exploitative stuff. We have a bit of an interesting flop here. Hellmuth way out in the lead with ace high. Tonka also has ace high. Worse one and a worse flush draw.
Hellmuth just called pre with ace queen.
It does appear. That appears to be correct. That appears to be correct. He did this earlier too. It was actually the second time today I've seen him call pre with ace queen.
Am I correct that Lebradas did that like some 15, 20% of the time or something?
I don't know if it was that high, but it was certainly part of the strategy.
If you guys don't know, there is an absolutely awesome breakdown of the Lebradas match that Doug, a series of videos that Doug did that you can get on Upswing. I personally have watched it. I enjoyed it very much.
Yeah, it was a fun thing to analyze.
Yeah, who'd you have that helped you? You had Ryan and you had
yeah, so Fee's got in there for a little bit, Ryan Fee. Yeah. Another one of the coaches at Upswing, and we also had Jason Lowry. He stopped by to
Jason
with me. What I found to be particularly interesting was that the strategies that it used, at least from a frequency standpoint, were actually quite a good size different than a lot of like the solver answers.
Really?
In terms of some of the betting frequencies, yeah. Like Lebradas did not have a super high flop C bet.
Okay.
It was more in like the low mid 50s, I think. So
how do you account for that difference?
Well, more checking.
Cool.
Cool story. No,
one of the things that I found particularly interesting was that it seemed, if I'm right, it seemed like the humans and Lebradas did relatively similarly in single raise pots, and Lebradas just absolutely annihilated in 3-bet pots.
100% the case. I think Lebradas won in both, but I think single raise pots are pretty close.
Yeah.
And then 3-bet pots, it just demolished.
Massacre.
It demolished. Yeah. On both sides, as 3-better. Like when it called 3-bets, it like broke even or maybe slightly won, which is just baffling.
Wow.
Yeah, no, apparently my students suck. And then as the 3-better, it was just lights out. So yeah, certainly true.
Pretty cool.
All right, so top 2 for Tonka. Bottom pair for Phil.
Why would you check that back?
Sorry, is this a 3-bet pot? Or is it?
Yeah, it must be. Wait, what happened here?
Okay, so the big blind has to be 300. So this had to have
So
gone
it went
raised 3-bet. It has to be raised 3-bet.
It went 700, 2,000 call. Check, 2,000.
It has to be.
I mean,
And we have check back raise turn. I mean,
how many just snap folded?
this is pretty sweet. Yeah, that's what went down. I mean, you know what? Like,
Interesting.
I like it more against Phil, I think, than a lot of other players. You know,
It's also a line that even if you don't maximize like the chips in that particular hand, it's a line that's really going to annoy Phil.
I agree. There's nothing more aggravating than when someone checks back, you bet, and they raise.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's one thing, like, because, like, you know, I'd play some people where we would have long matches, right? And so we play a lot of hands. And it happens, like, a few times.
Sure.
I'm like, whatever. But if you play a short match and out of the gate they just do it a bunch, you know that it's not like they're just turning a bunch of hands. Like, they're either trapping you in the flop, or they're bluffing you in the turn.
Right.
Or they're mixing in some thin value bets. And, like, if it becomes clear that that's going to be like a core part of their strategy, it is annoying because now things change. You know,
Right.
I mean, it's not the correct strategy, but it's a tough one. It's a tough one, I would say.
And it's almost like the fact that it's not a correct strategy, and that's like that in and of itself is a weighty statement. Not saying I disagree with it, but just that, you know, it takes some explaining that we're not going to get into. But the fact that it's not a correct strategy, when someone employs it against you, it's like almost even more annoying because it's like
it shouldn't work.
It shouldn't work. Do you know it's not a correct strategy, and are you employing it because you think you're exploiting something about my game? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah. You're just like,
you really don't know. It also kind of matters who's doing it.
how many? Just 3-bet again?
I think he's in that mode.
I mean,
I actually remember Jungle Man went through a phase where he hit a lot of the check back raise turn.
oh really?
Yeah. And I'll admit that was really annoying, especially when like I'd played him a bunch and I was not ready for it and they started doing it a bunch. And I'm like, God damn it. I think Hellmuth is in go mode right now.
Oh, I mean, is there any doubt? And I mean, it's like, it's particularly striking that he chose the 10-9 off, the King 4 suited, but did not 3-bet the Ace Queen.
Yeah. You know what? That's actually, it's funny you say that because it reminds me of like a really stupid couple of hands from in like 2009 or something, 2010, back when I was first playing Heads Up. And I was playing a guy named iykyk 258. I don't know if you ever played against him.
No.
But anyway.
On stars?
It was on full tilt, but I think he was on both.
Okay.
Anyway, he was 3-betting me just like a ton, and then we had a hand where I opened and he called, and it showed down he had Ace Queen. And I looked at it, and I was like, is this guy for real right now?
Right.
And then I think in the next hand I was in the big blind, whatever happened, and the next hand I opened, he 3-bet me. And I just had whatever. Like, this was not a GTO 3-bet or 4-bet. But I was like, there's just no way.
Yeah, he's got to be so incredibly weighted towards bluffs.
So I 4-bet him.
He just jammed.
And he started tanking, and he said in the chat, he said, yeah, I guess that makes sense after that, and then folded. I was just like,
okay.
Yes, I got him.
All right.
But he also realized, you know,
Right,
when
sure.
that shows down, it really says a lot. But, you know, we don't even know if Tonka has seen one of these hands show down.
No, that's true. It's not like the Ace Queen got shown down. Wait, did it?
Ace Queen. So many hands, man. They all blend together.
Yeah, but I feel like it might have gone check, check all the way down. I'm just, man, I don't remember what happened on the river there.
A lot of people are talking about the audio at the table. We fixed it. You should be hearing the audio now.
Guys, let us know if there's a problem with the audio.
I don't think there is, actually. I think we already solved it. I can't believe Tonka just said that.
That's funny. Ripping into Phil.
Kind of mean, actually. Kind of mean.
But funny enough to offset.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's kind of where it is. Like, if you're going to do something mean, it has to at least be funny.
Wow, the chat.
Oh, they do this. Dude, I'm not
Is,
sure.
is the chat trolling us? Is that what's
Yeah,
happening?
they're trolling
Oh,
us.
they're just trolling?
Yeah.
It's pretty effective because it's like almost all in unison.
Yeah.
It's like they've agreed together to all troll at the same time.
But then that's the way that they trick you. Because if only one or two people did it, it wouldn't be a very good troll.
Yeah, no, it's impressive.
Guys, we get it. We get it. Committed. They're committed. Okay. Guys, we know there's no sound. We are trolling you. There is no sound. There is no sound.
We are trolling you.
We know that there's no sound. It is going to be fixed. It's
Guys,
gonna
give us a
happen-
few more minutes.
It's going to happen sometime in the next, I'm going to say 5 minutes. We're going to get sound back, and you're going to get to enjoy all of the Phil Hellmuth steaming or Tonka getting wrecked. You're going to get to enjoy all of it in both visual and audio quality. So I do wish I could hear what they're talking about. Phil actually looks kind of happy. Is he winning? No, it's even. How late do you think this goes tonight?
3?
3? 3? My phone is going to die.
My phone's charging. I hope no one stole it. All right.
What kind of phone do you have?
An iPhone.
Damn it.
Come on.
I'm done. It's gonna be over. Sorry, I don't need a phone. I have the chat, and that's really the only thing that matters.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna go and check in my bag. I'll be right back. I might be able to help you.
It's the S8 Plus though. It's the new charger thing.
What does that mean?
It's not the micro USB. Sorry, yeah. Samsung made like one of those moves where they changed like the thing for no reason.
They pulled like an Apple move?
They pulled an Apple, yeah.
Wow, sick.
It's profitable move.
Sure.
Okay, so we got 2 nothing burgers. Stab from Hellmuth takes it down. I really just think that Hellmuth is just he's shooting to kill right now. He is going aggro. He is 3-betting. He is betting. He's bluffing all over the place. He's not to be trifled with at the moment. Do you think fatigue setting in maybe a little bit for both players?
Setting in for me.
Setting in for me as well.
This is a bit like late. I mean, just objectively.
Yeah.
I guess if Phil's coming from the West Coast, maybe he's not. It's a little bit earlier from him.
Yeah, I'm playing from the West Coast, and it feels late to me.
Where does Tonka live?
Tonka is, I think he lives in Toronto.
Okay, so same time zone.
Yeah, same time zone. Should get our sound back any moment now.
Hellmuth with 2 10s here.
Nice hand to pick up, heads up. Ten selecting a min raise. And we get a call. What's the over-under on number of rounds Olivier would last in the octagon with Doug? I mean, I think that Olivier, he's got some skill. I'd say he'd go for at least a couple.
1.5, maybe?
1.5. That seems like a fair line. That's a fair line. 10's take it down here for Phil.
How do you think you'd end it? Knockout, submission?
Let me think about that. Yeah. My standing game's a little weaker.
Yeah.
My
Give it to
ground
the
game.
ground.
Yeah. A little ground and pound probably. Like that, yeah.
Soften me up and then.
Right. Here we go. Sound is back. The stream was like, please, no Doug talking about fighting in the octagon. We'll give you your sound back. We'll give you your sound back. Just change the conversation. That's fair, Twitch. That's fair. Okay. We're back.
Check.
Audio, video, cards. Great flop for Hellmuth. Tonka will take a stab.
Some really obvious and transparent attempts at trolling in the chat. We know you have the sound. Good try, guys. Nice try.
The frequency of the post is what gives it away the most. Shout out to my name ain't Earl. Doug, you've done a great job. Thanks, man. Thanks for stopping by today. Queen the turn. Ooh, and Phil is going to be livid. Livid.
Sevens with an ace.
Here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Phil bet pretty small. I think you should at least think about raising there with a queen, don't you? When Phil bets 1,500.
Yeah, makes sense.
Might have played that hand incorrectly.
Me too. I should have just raised it. If you don't have anything, I'm not getting any more money anyway. And you might call with ace high. Should have just popped you. In your case.
Does that mean because of how you play? What does in your case mean there, in your opinion, Olivier?
Yeah, I think that is what it means.
It means
I don't know specifically what about Tonka's play is referring to, but I think that's what it
Do you
means.
see the flop?
Huh?
Do you see the flop?
Yeah.
Ace, Jack, X, Rainbow.
Yeah.
It happens every hand.
big
50%
flop
of
bet,
hands.
by the way.
The dealers are
1,000
rigging
at
it.
800.
I'm not sure why.
I honestly think Phil
It's
is
such a it's just such a dynamic board. So much can change.
yeah.
You really want to.
Maybe that's your favorite
I mean,
board
size.
texture.
What if backboard spades?
Dude, what do you want
Right.
from me? You gave me.
Right.
You almost gave me the second match.
I mean,
for
look
no
at the
reason when I
exact hand that
nines.
Tonka
You're a
had
little
to deuce
crazy.
3. I mean, you really.
And then
need
you
to
got it all in,
protect.
and then I just made a fabulous bet with trips. You know, I don't know what you're talking about. You were
Actually,
I'm not talking
any
about
card
I'm
under a
just
6.
stating.
No, I know, but
But
I
I
mean, you're
feel
talking
like
about rigged. You
that's-
were dead. It was rigged for you. 3,000.
And another 3. I mean, I think Phil is playing like almost a completely different game right now. We saw this exact same thing in 1801.
Phil, nothing in my life has
out
ever
of-
been rigged for me. I can promise you that.
Well, you think when I went out out to LA when I was 23 and I didn't know anybody and won all those tournaments? I mean, come on.
What does
Come
that
on.
have to do with anything?
That's
Never
a
mind,
great
sir.
response. What does that have to do with anything?
That was actually
That was perfect.
That was a really good response.
I was just saying it's funny that the board, I feel like it comes ace, jack, X, rainbow every hand.
All right, interesting turn. Phil checks back his flush draw.
I would love to see Tonka check just to see what Phil would do, but I think it makes more sense to bet. What do you think?
It's an interesting situation. I think with the weaker nines, I like a check a bit more.
Because you block their ace and king high. You don't block their ace and king highs from calling.
Exactly.
So if you had ace 9, you might check.
Yeah, because now there are more hands to bluff and less hands to call. So I think a hand like ace 9 makes more sense as a bet. Sorry, let me rephrase this. Hold on.
As a check.
As a check. It's been a long day, Olivier. The removal effects are blending together a little bit.
Are they? It's been, what, 6 hours?
In total? Oh, we started at
Check.
play started at
No, it's been almost 8 hours.
yeah, it's been almost 8 hours.
Whew.
I couldn't even do that. That's how fried I am right now. I looked at the clock and I was just like, all right, time to bust the fingers out.
Look at the board.
No, I didn't like the king.
Stacks are still.
Oh, you're talking about another ace.
Ace, ace,
but
ace,
there's no
ace,
jack.
rainbow. Yeah.
There's no jack this time.
I'm telling you, it comes ace, ace, ace high, rainbow.
I'll
this is
admit
how
there's been a
tired
lot of flops
our
with an
players
ace.
are.
Agreed.
This is our conversation right now. There sure seems to be a lot of ace jacks out there. Yep, you are right. Oh, look at that flop. It had an ace, but it didn't have a jack.
Four more.
This is the riveting.
Do you think when I was 19 years old and I moved out
What?
here and won all these
Damn
tournaments,
it. Pulled it
But it
for
was rigged.
400?
what does that have to do with anything? I'm talking about the boards, man. I'm talking about the aces on the flop.
I'm kind of disappointed that you folded that one.
In me, or in the situation?
In the situation, it didn't have much, but I mean, I had a hand that does really well against anything you'd fold. Really well.
That is true. He had jack deuce off against jack 8 suited. We are obviously neck and neck early on here on round 3 of our second match.
So what do you think about Tonka employing a slightly less, like, lower variance style to try to get to higher blinds because he thinks that shallower stacks he has a real edge?
It's
Asking for a friend.
I mean, there's some merit, right? Like, there's some merit. But then the other thing is, just through natural play,
Yeah.
someone will end up short a lot anyway.
Yeah.
So do you really sacrifice edge to try and get there for sure? I don't think you do.
Yeah, and also it seems like there's a ton of opportunity
Together.
to create edge at the deeper stacks too. So
Yeah, for sure. So like this is the kind of spot where if it bricks and Tonka does check. Interesting turn bet by the way from Tonka.
yeah.
No, I have to imagine Phil would have been bluffing bricks.
1,000. 7 of clubs.
Pipped.
Kind of a weird turn bet from Tonka.
Yeah.
Don't see too much merit in betting there. You know, you have showdown value, you got some playability. Why not just check and see what happens? You bet, you get action.
How many was your biggest stream? How many people?
Just under 17,000.
That's great.
It's a good day.
If he wants to.
A very good day.
Oh, the Manz.
I'm not sure how many Doug's had. I know the Somerville's had 40-something thousand before.
Check.
40,000 what?
Concurrent viewers.
Concurrent means one at the same
At
time?
a time, yeah. I
Oh,
think,
40,000?
yeah, it's huge. It's massive. The most I've ever had is, I think, 26,000.
Oh, that's also a lot.
Yeah.
Pretty sure Doug
It's the
had more
second
than me.
biggest stream on Twitch.
Doug's had some big scores while streaming.
It's been really lucky.
You
I
just
run
get a
so
lot
hot
of people
stream.
like.
I-
It just
I've
happens
watched-
where you get a lot
I've
of
watched
people
for
when you're
sure.
deep in a tournament, right? And they just start to.
Yeah. You never, unless you're Carver, you're never going to get those numbers. Like, you're never going to get 10K plus unless you have, like, a final table. And even Carver very rarely gets, I mean, he doesn't even stream anymore, but at the moment at least. But even he doesn't get that much on a normal stream.
How much?
1500.
Brian S. 136 kilo, Brian S. Nick for 136 kilo, Nick.
Top pair for Hellmuth, couple overs for Tonka.
I miss your streams too.
How much?
When are you going to stream again?
That day is coming.
I call.
Person in 12.
Call.
Okay. Hellmuth will win this hand unless somehow he ends up folding.
Decent sized hand too.
Certainly is.
Table 3, everyone up front, please. Table
King.
21, everyone up front, please.
8 will do. And Hellmuth moves into a little bit of a lead here. A little 3-2 chip edge.
Oh,
You gonna call?
that must have been a 3-bet.
Yeah, I don't
3-bet
know.
pot.
Maybe.
Bet
Maybe I
check.
fold. I don't know. I wasn't planning on folding.
Yeah, I think it has to be. But anyway, as far as streaming goes, you know, it's tough, man. Like streaming is just a
But you
sick
never know.
grind. It's just so many hours. I don't know.
But why does it have to be so many? Why can't
There
you
was
like
one
stream
bet
for
you made that
3
I wasn't
hours and then
calling.
stop?
Because the way viewership works is it builds.
Queen 10 of diamonds?
Where you had the 3 6s?
Yeah.
I had the 9 10 of diamonds that hand.
Oh, 9, 10 of diamonds.
Yeah. It came ace of diamonds, 7 of diamonds, 10.
Oh, shit, yeah.
No player in on 1. No, send that player in front of C9. Table 1.
Yeah, viewership builds over time, so
I don't mind
like, the
checking
optimal play when you
that
stream is to go
hand
for a really long time.
on the flop, and I don't mind check raising, but I could have folded the river. Because if you have the 7-8 of spades, you outdrew me, that hand, you know? I just knew you weren't betting an ace. And then it was either or, you know? Like, either he has a monster or not. $1,000. 5 more? Wow.
Exhaustion setting in the face of Tonka. Head in his hands, holding his hat. Does he have the heart? You know, it was really funny. You guys didn't get to see this, but at the conclusion of the second match, I was doing commentary with Busquet. And Tonka came out.
Check.
And he looked me and Busquet in the eyes, and he just shook his head side to side and like basically like kind of like a sigh.
We were sure it was over.
And I was like, what? How did you lose? You had a huge lead. What happened? And he's like, oh, no, I won. And I was like, well, why did you do that? And he's like, oh, I don't know. Like, what do you mean you don't know? like we're just like, we saw him, and then we looked at each other, and we were like, oh, my God.
We're like, it's
How?
over. That's crazy.
God.
Yeah.
It was a pretty slick slow roll, actually. It was so unexpected. King Queen here for Hellmuth.
21 on the roll over.
We need the Manz in the booth. The Manz is in demands, actually. What's up with the chat? You know, I'm actually going to take a quick run to the restroom here. I'm going to tag in the Manz.
Wow.
Can you handle the Manz here?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go.
Let's get the Manz in here.
I see Dougie Polks has a beer he's been nursing for the past 4 hours. How did you get a commemorative cup, dude? What the fuck? I was like, I'm here drinking out of the cans. They're giving Dougie Polks this gold chalice. What the hell? Oh, chat, you love it. You're so excited. It's been boring as shit. Now the Manz is back. The Manz has had a few shots with the regs. You guys are excited. What's been going on, Olivier's?
Man, it's been some exciting poker.
I walked by. I was like, same thing that was happening 4 hours ago. Yeah, you know what? If you said the Manz is drunk in the chat, I have some hard truths to tell you. You're correct. You're very correct.
What happened in this hand?
What is happening? Just go to sleep, Manz? I'm trying to, dude, but I'm also trying to commentate and do exit interviews and do my job and provide you the commentary that you so clearly desire because you're up at 2 a.m. watching this.
Tonka turns a flush draw, bets again, and gets Phil to fold his gutter.
How drunk is the Manz on the scale from 69 to 420?
That's a great question.
Probably 420. 420. I had a shot called a Vegas bomb. I don't know what that was, but I had it. Have you heard of that?
Until in Pennsylvania?
No, I don't. I'm not.
Huh?
I don't really know
Can you
much
drink
about
until in
I
Pennsylvania?
know, that's what I was thinking. We were supposed to go out and have some drinks, you and I, and some of the other guys. It's too late.
It is indeed too late.
Philly Hellmuth talking about getting some drinks with the Manz.
Yeah.
Love you, chat. I'm going to tag Dougie Polks back in. He's got some really interesting things to say about this hand, and he's going to say them the second I give him the headset.
So the thing about this hand is when you got two deuces on the flop, there's really no way around it. You got to relieve your Twitch viewers of the attack that was just put on them. And for that, I'm sorry. But again, I am human. I am only a man. All right, so what happened here in my long break?
Honestly, not too much.
I also love the delay there. Like, you didn't answer immediately. You just, like, you know, you just let it happen, you know?
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the Manz? What do you guys think?
Phil limp folds the jack 4 off. Tonka ISOing with the suited connector.
15 more, eh?
Pretty standard.
You raise
What do you
more
guys
when
in
I'm
the
on the
chat?
button than I raise when I'm on the button.
I don't think so. I don't raise your limp that much. You think I do?
3 times this match so far, at least. We haven't played that long. I did limp with a couple hands I wanted you to raise, too, by the way.
Everyone has such a strong opinion about Manz. They either love him or they hate him.
Totally.
So I actually think that like his like approach is like kind of unique and refreshing and pretty fun. I also get
32?
why people think he's pretty cringe at times, but it's all kind of part of the shtick, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Ooh, look at these hands.
Wow, this could
He got
like,
some premium hands.
This could be it. I mean,
damage could definitely be done.
yeah, I mean, I think just calling here with the ace queen suited makes some sense. So
It does. I would say against some more aggressive pre-op opponents, I might be looking for blood.
yeah, sure. Wow.
If I was playing against, like, let's just pick a random person. Let's say like Olivier. On this stack size, you know, you're beat.
Fair enough.
All right. Anyway, flop. A little bit of something for both players.
What do you think of Phil's check here?
Don't mind it.
Okay.
I like it. I think. I like checking queens more than hands like jacks. But
Small bet. Well, not that small, but.
No, it's a pretty standard bet, right?
Yeah, I just meant relative to some of the other bets that Phil's been
Sure,
making. But
sure, that's fair.
But still not something you can really super read into.
Call here for Tonka, who's looking pretty thin. He will not get any help on the river. If Phil checks here, you almost
8,000.
kind of have to bluff.
You almost have to bluff, and that's because of the 8 of spades in particular.
Yeah. You don't have that many worse hands. I mean, you have ace-2 or ace-3 suited, but other than that, what do you really have that's worse? You know, not really many hands.
Do you ever check back Queen Jack on the flop?
Yeah, every now and then I'd say. But you're not going to have that much.
Can you call the turn with Queen 9 or Jack 9? Not really.
Yeah, I don't.
A little dicey.
I don't think you have enough going. I also think those hands should probably be betting the flop a lot.
Sure.
So. He is not.
Man, he's heroed a bunch of rivers for Phil. He's been wrong almost, if not every single time.
So what you're saying is there's a chance
Of him calling? Yeah, there's
like you're
definitely a
bluffing.
chance.
Ooh. Sometimes you got to go with your spidey senses, you know.
Not in. Yeah, I mean, feel like you're bluffing is a tough one. I know the feeling. He can always just use the reveal, right? He hasn't used any reveals.
Seems like a great fold and reveal spot, I think. Like, even if you want to call a bit light here, this is just like, this is just a bit ridiculous, right? This is just like a little bit out there. You have a bunch of 10s, have a couple kings, a few 5s and 4s, occasional flush, occasional 2 pair.
I mean, how do you play 2 7s if you're Tonka? Do you play it like this? Yeah, that's smart. Fold and reveal.
Fuck. Oh.
Don't worry, I had you.
And the reveal really is interesting. I mean, I think when you have it,
It was a very good value bet
you're
on my part.
a bit less likely to make big calls.
Sorry?
And then
thought it
it
was a pretty
also
great value bet.
provides this like emotional, like,
Because I had you on a
you know,
10.
feeling.
Yeah.
Like it makes you feel better when you see
Or
the
worse.
value hand,
Or
worse when you see a bluff, right? But
Yeah,
it
yeah.
has an effect
Damn
either
it.
way.
Yeah.
That was not what I wanted you to throw at me. The reveal chip. I wanted the other chips.
I could afford bet you that hand.
Yeah, set them up front, please.
It would have been over. Would have been over, right? I'm moving in. I'm going to move in quick like I have ace king, you know?
8-8 deuce. Hellmuth into the lead with bottom pair. Not much here for Tonka. And that'll be that. That will be that.
Every match started off with me getting punished.
No player on 15.
The punishment.
Did you
Pretty
punish
sizable
yourself
lead.
or?
Almost 2-1
I
here.
don't think
Yeah.
so.
The second match, you lost a lot of money to my 9 set hand. I don't know. What did you have?
I also had a pair.
7s?
Something like
I
that.
had you on exactly 7s.
I didn't have 7s.
Yeah.
But I mean, I had effectively the same thing.
Yeah.
Queen 7 here for Tonka. Gonna raise it up.
37?
Phil with the old King 7 offsuit,
I'm telling you,
3 betting.
Phil is in a
I'm
different
getting run
gear
over,
right
but
now.
that's all right. These young kids, they're going to give it to me. Just gotta wait
Tonka
'em
can't
out.
see this, but he is getting run over.
Just got to wait them out.
Phil has just been going ham. Like, what are some of the hands we've seen 3-bet so far?
King 4 suited, King 7 offsuit. 9
off.
to 10-9
40% of
off.
the hands so far.
6,000. I should have bet with my queens.
Queens?
I don't know.
Queens.
You might just not. Maybe you just weren't paying it off.
Yeah, you can't forget the queens. That's a good one to have too. Ace eight of diamonds. Picking up the pot. By the way, guys, whoever takes this down will be facing off against my fellow commentator here in the booth, Olivier Busquet, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific time. We're going to have the grand final for the second King of the Hill. It'll be another best 2 out of 3. So stop on by, say what's up, and let's see who will take the belt down. Will Hellmuth defend his belt that he didn't bring in his ass house?
Check.
Will Tonka make an appearance in the final and bring home glory to Twitch?
Where's the belt, by the way? I haven't seen it.
It's at Hellmuth's house.
What?
He didn't bring it.
Get out of town.
He just, you know, assumed.
Is there another belt?
Well, I mean, no.
So, like, whoever wins is not going to be able to take the belt with them.
Whoever wins, what we do, unless it's Hellmuth. If it's Hellmuth, then obviously, you know, we're in the right place. But if someone else wins, we're actually going to give you Hellmuth's home address, and you have to go to where he lives and actually
that's not a thing.
and actually take it from him.
This is not a thing. That's not a thing.
How far in the sentence did I get before you realized that was not a thing?
Pretty
I was pretty far, and then you're like, no, Doug is not.
You were not that far. Slothraw, I hope Liv Burry wins. Thanks a lot.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't know that you weren't. I didn't know Liv B was you and not Liv Bree until like last year. It was, or maybe it was your early. It was a lot later than it should have been. Anyway, we have a top pair and a set. Who would you like to be in that scenario?
I'm gonna go with the set.
The set guy is where
Is
the
that
value
correct?
is. That's correct.
That's sweet.
That's correct.
All right.
So how much is this going to cost Hellmuth?
I have a feeling this could be a decent sized pot.
We're already looking at a pretty hefty turn bet. Whew,
How
this
much
size
have
from Tonka. Trying to drive the value.
How
hammer.
much do you have left, man? When you have a
25?
set and someone asks you that, like, is there a better question?
28, 27, 28.
There's not a better question.
Phil's not going to do anything silly. This is just the, like, what question can I ask you to try to get you not to bet the river?
I think he wants to know, like, how much this pot could be on the river, what the bet could be.
Sure.
I think he wants to.
And in
I think
theory,
he wants to know.
in theory, it could just be all in, right?
I'm going to raise 10,000.
Whoa. Whoa.
Whoa.
This seems ill-advised.
So would you say you were wrong, Olivier? Because I was here when you were talking about how he's never raising. He's just trying to get him out of the river. I remember that happened. It wasn't very long ago.
I don't.
Then,
my memory's not as good as yours.
And
I'm
then
not really
all of a
sure.
sudden,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Here we are, and I haven't crunched the numbers, but that looks like 15,000 to me, roughly. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's 15.5.
Okay. So
Is that technically a raise?
if you're Tonka here, right? What are you thinking about, Vegas or the Mirage? Which one?
I mean, isn't the Mirage in Vegas?
Right. So it's kind of both, really. Vegas and the Mirage. I like it.
Yeah. And I think call is just so clearly the right play.
Oh boy.
How much is left?
And
17?
It does not matter what this river is, I don't think. I think it has no effect.
I agree.
Although, if
I
any
check.
river was going to slow this down, it's this
I mean,
one, right?
he did check.
Of any river. If you had to pick a river that slows things down, it's probably this one,
Yeah,
right?
but can Phil get away now? I mean, Tonka's just going to jam. Oh, God. This is amazing.
Motherfucker. What the fuck is going on here? Wow, it looked like he went crazy with the ace-3 of clubs, so I was going to just bust him. Wow.
suddenly bets 5,500. I know he's drawing. How does he get rewarded for this? If you were drawing, I don't. How in the world do you get rewarded for this? Wow. I guess I fold.
Good fold from Phil.
Oh, you had a set. Wow.
Good fold.
Should have shit the turn.
You should have.
Yeah, I
Why
mean,
can't it just not
Tonka just
come a
gets an
club
unlucky river. You know, I
every
mean, if the
fucking
river
time?
is
Yeah, you were pretty
know,
unlucky.
Like a 9 of
Pretty
hearts,
unlucky that
then he
hand,
just
buddy.
gets the rest of it.
Flopped a set, and I had top pair. Pretty unlucky.
And we are basically even again.
That was entertaining. It looked like Hellmuth was chipping up.
Wow.
Well, he was chipping up,
Yeah,
but
so you were super
Tonka
strong. I
neutralized
read
it.
it as super weak.
Tonka now with the very slight chip lead.
Well, that's good. That's what I need to know. Now at least I know what you look like when you're super strong.
The eternal optimist.
That's valuable. 14.
I mean, I prefer that than an unnecessary negative comment.
What do you think about that hand from Phil?
The King 4?
The King 4, yeah.
I think it's the type of play that probably worked at a certain time in the poker world.
You had me fooled. Good bet.
And
You
that
bet
now
so
that
much
people
money,
have
I'm
a
like,
better
what is he doing?
understanding.
He's trying to just give it to me again. You went because of past history against me. You tried to give it to me once or twice.
You know, Phil seems to a bit too often
4,000.
be very specific with the hands that he puts his opponents on.
Steam
Like even
bet
there, he
again?
was like, it really looked like you went crazy with the ace-3 of clubs.
Right.
Damn it.
And another just beast mode 3-bet here from Phil.
I'm not steamed up.
3-bets him with the 8 high, tells him he's not steamed up. By the way, I got to give credit where credit is due, Olivier.
Damn, he had a set. Fuck.
I have just been constantly trying to feed you questions where the only answer is to make fun of someone, and you just dodge and weave, and I can never
14.
get you to really commit. You know, like I said. So what do you think about how Phil plays the King 4, and you just come back with, oh, at one time it was great.
But you know what I'm saying, right? You know, like if you can kind of pinpoint your opponent into like a drawing category, and like somehow like
Literally never lucky.
You're never lucky. What about when you called 8,800 with a dry flush draw when I had a set?
I was unlucky that you had it.
I see.
people are just too good now, and they just understand poker theory like too well. So they just like, you can't put them on such specific
I'm
hands
almost
anymore.
as good as you, Phil. You know, I can whine about anything.
It's tough these days.
Check.
Poker is
I'll give you that.
Stuff in the streets.
It is tough in the streets.
Big flop for Phil. What do you think? Check
3,000.
raise or just check call? Well, he answered that already.
Ooh, kind of a weird
Sizing
spot now for Tonka.
Is it though? I mean, this seems too loose.
I mean, it is a very small raise with a backdoor flush drop. But yeah, I would say too loose sounds about right.
Yeah, because like now, what do you do now?
Well, you fold, obviously.
Do you?
Well, I can't imagine how you don't fold.
I mean, you picked up a gutter.
Okay, but I mean, like, folding the flop is kind of one thing because your opponent could be raising to give up on a later street.
That's true.
But floating, like, a turned gutter versus, like, you know, a healthy size turn bet.
Yeah, half pot, I guess.
Yeah, a little over half pot. Close to 60%, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, okay, let me put it like this. I think flop is slightly
Want to
bad.
use your button?
I think a turn call would be, like,
I
terrible.
saw you reaching.
Fair.
So.
Close.
Phil strikes back a little bit there.
$12. $2,000.
I know. All right, so where do the chips lie? What are stacks like here? Should be round even, right?
Yeah, I think it's pretty close to even.
Players, just a reminder, all alcohol has to be on the floor by 2 a.m.
10-8 for
You guys have
Tonka.
about 15 more minutes to finish up your drinks. Thank you.
And last call on the tables.
Call.
Especially brutal in the booth because that means 30 minutes ago was last call. How about that?
Check.
How about them apples? So this beer I've been nursing, I guess I should nurse a little longer.
Yeah, it's only been like 2 hours.
3,000.
I can say that because I haven't had a single drop of alcohol.
Right. So what you're saying is, when you're sober, you can be a dick. That's weird. I usually go the opposite way.
Yeah, well. Phil with the King 7.
Bet call.
55.
Turn deuce. Is that a lead? That is
Yeah.
a lead, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. And quick lay down. Show me.
Are you
Let me see.
using a button?
Yeah, don't. Yeah. Send me the cards. Though. Send me the cards.
That's your
Send
card.
me the
yeah.
cards.
And you looked at it.
Well, you threw it to me by accident. Like,
I know, and then I said, send me the cards, and I'll look at them. Just flip your hand. I played the button.
Oh. I had you. 7s with a king.
Definitely had him.
I really don't understand what just happened. Did Phil look at one of Tonka's cards?
I don't care what your
That's
cards are. I didn't ask.
I know, but you
I
looked.
didn't know what you were saying. Like
I mean,
asking me
obviously
to do.
he does care if he turned on.
I thought you wanted me to throw your card back and show.
It's not
you.
a thing to do, guys.
No.
Don't turn over your.
You
opponent's
just send me
cards.
all the
It
cards
doesn't
so I
matter
can
if
look
they
and-
like.
But I got
fold
to
them.
flip it up for the.
Those
Well,
two.
actually, they can see it at
Don't do
home
that.
anyway.
But what if you
Yeah, but if
haven't
you
been
send me
drinking,
all the
though?
cards, then I can expose
Oh,
you
then it's
too,
fine.
right?
Okay, that's true. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that.
It's fine.
I love that people in the chat make fun of me. Doug's the type to order a shot and sip on it. I chugged a beer in 3 seconds today. That happened on the stream, and I'm getting made fun of for like sipping on beer. God, drinking that haterade over here. All right, so we got a flush, I believe. We got a Tonk flush. If my ability to count cards and suits.
You ever fold spots like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because even if you're ahead now, you might be, your playability is just so bad on later streets. And you're just like dead versus like a subset of the value range. But a much larger subset than like, if you have like a pair on like a
Yo,
push board.
Phil just snap called this turn bet. Damn.
He's locked in. He's locked. Sometimes you gotta be locked in, right?
If he hits a 4 or a 6. Oh my God, he's gonna lead. This is weird.
No.
He really doesn't want to. You
He
can tell
can't
he
lead.
doesn't want to check.
He can't lead.
He does not want to check.
No, the action's on Tonka. What are you talking about here, Olivier?
You're right.
Okay.
Told you he wasn't gonna lead.
It's been a long night.
It's like 3 in the morning.
It's been a long night, so I will allow it.
Two players in on 4.
Great, my new nickname in the chat. One Tug Doug. Was even better than one choke dog. Thanks, guys.
Would you downsize when the king comes? Because you have a king?
Okay. Yeah, I think that's.
You're on board with that?
I think I'm on board with that. In general, when monotone boards break, I tend to bet a little smaller on the river.
Sure.
But yeah, that makes some sense. One hug dog. I like that one better.
All right, you got to make a call, Doug. Is he going to call or no? You got to go out on a limb here.
God.
Yes or no?
I'm saying yes.
Wow. You may be bluffing it off, huh?
Whew. Doug thinks he's going to call with bottom pair, no club. Or
But-
fourth pair, no club.
Do you come this far with this hand and not call? You know what I'm saying?
Sure. If you've come this far, then yeah.
You're getting a little bit little needly there, Olivier.
No.
After such a great long day of not saying anything bad about anyone.
Well, I think you should probably have a club in your hand.
Look, you asked me what I thought. I told you what I thought. Okay.
You're right. One club, Doug. The Twitch chat is the best.
Oh my God, the chat's on fire right now. One club, Doug. I don't know. I just think he's calling. I don't know. What do you think here, Olivier?
I mean, after this long, I think he might get stubborn now, but I just don't want to see it. You know, I don't want it to. Not that this would be the end, but I don't want it to go down like this.
You sound like a kid.
I have too much respect for the game. You know what I mean?
You sound like a kid and like their parents are fighting. And you're like, not in front of me. Do this like without me there. Mom loves you, Dad.
I don't like to see the game disrespected in this way.
Ooh. A disrespect to the game, huh? But isn't this poker in its purest form?
Is it though?
You think he's not. You think he doesn't have it, and you're willing to put your money where your mouth is.
Why is that the purest form of poker?
He's in the tank here. He has a serious decision. He thinks.
I call.
What up?
What up?
All right.
Doug Polk here.
Oh Lord, I can't even say. I can't
And
even say
Doug
what's up
shows
anymore.
why he is elite among the elite.
Fuck. All I knew is when you raised pre-flop, you were light. King 9 suited. Shit. Should have found a way to fold that. I should have just re-raised you pre-flop. What are the blinds? 4-8?
Phil just like randomly talking about ways he could have played differently. Like, should have re-raised you pre, should have
Working on it.
folded it. So I mean,
What do you
just
want?
like-
I just called him down with bottom pair for fucking 20,000.
True. True.
Bottom fucking pair I called. And I knew you were weak before the flop. Jesus. Should just re-raise you like I did every other time I thought you were weak.
But he wasn't weak though, so that's kind of the problem.
And Tonka not saying anything, I think he is picking up correctly on this like just dynamic. He has the advantage here in the dynamic. Just like mentally, he seems like he's in a good place. He's got the chip lead. Phil's
55.
clearly made a mistake in that hand.
Woo. Hellmuth coming in with another re-raise.
Yeah, and he's dominated by suit here. If it comes to diamonds, it's going to be all she wrote.
Well, unless some 5s and 4s come. I mean, you can hit pairs. Pairs, some of the strongest hands in No Limit. Big pot here pre already, guys.
Thanks, Doug.
11K in the pot.
Boom! See you later.
I actually kind of like this check from Hellmuth, by the way.
You like the check raise all in? Is that what you like?
I think so, yeah.
Wow, sick.
Because if you bet, get jammed on, you kind of can't call.
Oh my God.
Wait, that is a check call?
Yeah, is there a diamond? Yes or no? Quick. Doug.
Yes.
Oh, well. I mean, looks like I'm going to play Tonka in the finals.
Check.
Hey, Phil has made greater folds than this.
Yeah. Now Doug's just trolling the world. Phil's so excited. He's so excited to get all in. I don't know what's going to happen when he sees the king 8 of diamonds, but
Can you have someone like ship the belt here?
I'm glad that I'm not like, you know.
Check. Oh,
check.
amazing.
What just happened?
The trap happened, man.
Jesus. What a lucky river card.
I'm all in. Flush.
Oh my God, he's got a better hand than he took.
Amazing. Oh. And that is it, folks.
Nice hand. Got him.
Hellmuth's reign of terror has ended.
Did he just say got him?
Good game.
He did say got him.
Wow.
Okay.
What a dick.
Wow.
What a dick.
How did Phil not elbow him in the face
Got
just
him.
now?
Fucking flush over flush, really? Whew.
And that was like the first 3-bet that I agreed with, the 5-4 diamonds.
I know, he was doing so well. What's up, Tonk fam?
I'm ready to gamble with
We
you,
are
kid.
in-
We can go play
Yeah,
for
he just
a couple $100,000
really
if you want.
drunk for this one.
Woo!
I'm not as
Sick.
rich as you. Let's have some fun. Who
Who
cares?
won?
Let's
Who
go
do you
have some
think?
fun.
I honestly don't know. I'm literally asking who won.
You don't need the sweep. It was a 2-1 victory for the good guys.
Did you win?
I did.
The good guys. Ouch.
He's really laying it in
Ouch.
Phil.
God, I want a beer. Can't buy one
Last
either.
call, dude. We'll get you some.
All right, welcome back. If you're just tuning in, the year is 2037, and Tonka's and Philly Hellmuth have just finished their rubber match. Things are crazy. We're in the apocalypse. I'm president now. It's nuts. Tonka's, you took him down. You are heading to the King of the Hill finals against Olivier Busquet. How did you accomplish such a feat?
Just got really lucky, you know? It's the only way to beat Phil.
Do you agree with this? This kid got lucky against you.
He played well. I played one hand. I played one hand poorly against him a few hands back. But I know that, you know, flush over flush for the final 30 or 35,000, that really hurt. And that's usually what it takes to get rid of me because, you know, I play a certain style that's really hard to beat.
All right, so Daniel Negreanu's notoriously didn't have you in his top 40 no-limit hold'ems players. Are you worried this pushes you out of his top 100?
Well, I think my boy Negreanu has a little bit of a he underrates himself and a lot of the great guys that have been doing it forever. So I don't hold it against him. I just hope to show him how good I am.
Yeah, are you going to pay respect to these streamers? I mean, this kid came in here, he took you down. Are you going to give these streamers the respect they deserve?
Yeah, I mean, he played a good game. I had him down to 20,000. I had him down to 30,000. I got him to put his money in kind of a really bad spot for the match, but I sensed he was ready to put it in there, and he hit it hard on me. I really thought it was hard for me to imagine when I won the first match and I had him down to 20 or 30,000. I couldn't have even envisioned him ever coming back because I'm never going to give it to him. You know, I'm always going to have a hand. And he happened to beat a nice hand, and then he played pretty well. You have to give him credit.
All right, we're going to give him credit. Are you excited to play Olivier? Do you think you have an edge on this vaguely French man tomorrow?
Vaguely French.
Very vaguely French.
I I don't think I have an edge, but I'm going to employ the strategy that I used for the most part in this third match, which is get good cards. And as long as I get enough good cards, I think that I have at least, a fighting chance.
All right, did you hear that? He's coming in tomorrow with a fighting chance. It's 5:45 p.m. Eastern. Tune in to twitch.tv/PokerNightTV. We're doing it. The King of the Hill 2 finals. I'm Pete Manzinelli. Go get some sleep. We need it. We need sleep. Get sleep. We're doing the finals tomorrow. We're doing it.